Welcome. Today is Tuesday, May the 10th, 2022. This is the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners work session. We are starting today with a first thing before lunch, with our agenda item about the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program known as REMP. We're going to get some background and some current status. And it's so nice to see I have members of staff across the board here before us. Kelly McNicholas Curry is calling in. She's trying to zoom in if she gets her techno stuff figured out. Steve Child is supposed to be calling in. He is somewhere on the road coming back from a river trip. And so Cindy, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you. I did bring everybody here today. I saw we had 45 minutes on the agenda, and I wanted the board to understand just the depth of the REMP program, the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program that we have, and everybody that is involved with that program, as well as take the opportunity to introduce you to your new chief building official. Jeff Erickson is our new chief building official. Just wanted to have him have a little FaceTime with you. He's well versed with our codes, having been here for the last 5 years, and we're really excited for his promotion to the chief building official role.
Great.
And you probably all know Tony Pobish, who's been here forever with us, and we really appreciate that. And Tony's here to help us with all the technical details that he deals with every day. And Alex Sanchez, who we know as our Comm Dev analyst, who's helping us with some incredible background and data that we have today through our SAGES program on just this morning. He was able to bring up all this data for us on the REMP funding and our refunds that we have, as well as Connie Baker, who's right there alongside us every year with our budgeting for REMP and CORE and our recommendations to the board relative to the rules that we have governing the REMP program. So with that, I think just very briefly in your background information in your agenda item summary, I just noted that the REMP program began in 1999. It was a joint program with the city and the county. It was a program that was brought to us by Randy Udall and the CORE group. And it was a program that was our first attempt at mitigation for excess energy use in the homes in Pitkin County. So it applies to what we consider excess exterior energy use, pools, spas, snow melt driveways, anything that's outside the envelope of the home itself needs to comply with the REMP program. And the REMP program very basically is that you either offset on-site your energy use through some renewable energy program that can be anything from solar to geothermal to what was the other one that we had?
We have wind approval,
but it's not used very often.
Not
But we
used
could
very
now with the wind that we have.
We tried hydro at that one place.
Yeah, micro
There's
hydro.
another option,
Smith Hill
number
Road.
of options that are available by special permission from the chief building official.
Right.
Solar hot water.
Solar, hot water. We've got programs that are available, and basically we're very flexible and we want to encourage innovation. So if anybody comes up with some great ideas, we've seen everything from tiles that are kind of solar tiles around a swimming pool. We've seen all kinds of innovative ideas that we want to look at and help grow in the renewable industry. So that's been a part of our activity programs for a number of years. And we feel like this is strategically linked to our plan through our flourishing natural and built environment, and that in fact the history of the program has been that we've taken those funds where people decide they're not going to offset on site. We've taken those renewable energy funds and we've passed through those funds to CORE, Community Office of Resource Efficiency. Every year CORE makes a pitch to the county and the city for their operating budget, including their programs that need to be accomplished within the goals of offsetting carbon impacts in the community by what's happening out there, in our built environment with our new homes, primarily in Pickens County, but we also do have commercial REMP, which is not as much in Pickens County as it is, say, within the city. So we've got that going, but the idea is that we have to hold on to a certain amount of the money every year because the homeowner can come back to the county and say, hey, after I've created my home, I paid you up front because I needed to get my building permit and to get moving, but I've realized that I could do this. I could put solar panels on and I could generate my needed energy on site. Therefore, in the code, it states that we have to hold on to the money that's submitted for at least 6 months after the certificate of occupancy in case an owner comes back and says, hey, we want to use that money. So in estimates over the years, Connie and I've worked on it, and we've estimated that we need to hold on to about 60% of whatever those funds are, because we don't want to put the county in a position of having to pay someone back with general fund monies and not having anything in that pot. So that we know we're being somewhat conservative, but with our new energy code, which was adopted by you on Earth Day 2020, that new energy code has some really incredible details, but basically we've tightened up the envelope requirements for the home. So the actual home itself has to meet a HERS rating of 60, basically on a HERS rating scale of 1 to 100, has to meet that HERS rating scale of 60. And then beyond that, the overall, it's got to have that minimum. But overall, your home has to meet the R30, not R30, the HERS rating, or the ERI, which is the Energy Rating Index, has to meet that R30. And as you know, we're marching towards net zero, which I'm kind of equating to HERS zero.
What does HERS stand for?
By 2030.
Home Energy Rating
Index.
Index.
So that people know.
Yeah, so we've got a couple different terms, but the terms basically mean that we're marching down to zero, and your goal is by 2030 that we will reach the net zero home in Pickens County. So we're working with various energy codes and updates. The 2021 will be a much more aggressive overall code that we're going to be trying to adopt this year. So we've got all that going on, and that is leading us to less money in the REMP program, which has always been the goal. The goal when we started out was to try to encourage people to say, hey, I'm going to be more energy efficient in my home so I don't have to pay these costs. And as we know in Pickens County, sometimes that doesn't work. People are willing to pay the costs. So we've had quite a substantial bucket of money to be able to dedicate towards the core program and the offsets. But what's happening now is that we are seeing a decrease overall because we're driving better design decisions up front in our building codes. So that's all happening. We have less money overall in the pot. Theoretically, at the end of the day, once people either come back at the end of the day and have more room to do offsites on their site itself. So I think that the question has been, why aren't we putting as much money into the REMP program as we were before? Historically, we've done maybe about $1 million a year, $1.5 million a year, and now this past year, we budgeted $500,000 to put towards the 2022 REMP budget, and the core budget out of REMP, and that leaves us with that 60% money that we know we need to hold on to. Plus, we're recognizing that it's a rolling issue. These homes sometimes take 2-3 years to build, and so it looks like we have more flush funds than we had originally when we sat down in August of last year thought we had. You know, there might be a little more wiggle room in there if the board wanted to provide more funds to core, but that's kind of how it sits. And I brought all these guys because they're the detail people on, if you have questions on how our code works specifically, and then also what we need to do in the budget to be responsible, so that we don't get in a situation where you're needing to take money out of your general fund to pay back these home projects.
So I'm going to do a kind of a synopsis. So when the REMP fund was created back in 1999, 2000, CORE was kind of set up as the organization to help us utilize the REMP funds.
Right.
And then the goal of REMP was actually to get people to do the right thing. And we knew at the time that we would, if that was our goal, but that would also mean we would have less funds to support CORE. So that's kind of the dilemma between people now doing the right thing, technology allowing them to do the right thing, and the fact we've tightened up our energy code so people are required to do the right thing. We are seeing this reduction in our funds for REMP, therefore in our funding for CORE. And that when we passed the $500,000 as part of the 2022 budget, we did so with an understanding that we'd see how it went through the year and then bring it back if we saw that we had some additional funds and what we might want to do with those.
We're happy to do that. Right.
Is that kind of where we are?
Mm-hmm.
Great. So, Greg,
Well,
please.
Cindy, I was going to say, if you could, Michaela, did you have your hand up? Was there something you had? No, okay, sorry. Just regarding CORE, CORE has been prepared for this and talking about it now for years, and we're changing the model by which CORE operates to more of a fee-for-service model,
Right.
rather than just relying on that check from REMP funds. And that's where we're transitioning, we're doing CEO interviews in the next week or so for new CEO people. We've restructured how CORE works, which is very exciting. The question I had regarding, just want to make sure people understood that we have been expecting this, as Patty said, and as you've said. I'm just wondering if we're going to have a talk about REMP and uses for it and the relationship with people building and all that. The one thing that I keep coming back to is thinking of CORE as more of like a utility where you have a membership almost to it as a homeowner in the valley, and you would sign up with them and expect a month or an annual or biannual service call where they'd come and check your system and help you winterize or do an energy assessment, because as we know, houses are dynamic. You build it. My home was built in 1978, and it was the bleeding edge of solar and energy efficiency back then. So many years later now, it's kind of a leaky old house, right? And it does need regular visits to winterize, upgrade, do a blower door. And I'm just thinking, is there any way that we could incorporate that into our requirements with REMP? Is that somebody's going to get a REMP, be able to pay in REMP? Could they obligate themselves to doing an annual assessment? Because it's so easy to blow it off. But if people just expected it to be like the water filter people or the pool people or the people who show up to check your system once every fall and maybe do some service, I'm hoping that becomes a service for CORE. I just wanted to throw that out there for ideas. I don't know if it's doable, but I think it would really help keep these houses performing properly, and maybe there's some role for REMP and this program with CORE. It may be a little far afield, but I wanted to, that was the thing that popped in my head. It's exciting, and it's great to have you guys here. Super exciting. So thank you.
So, Greg, and you're saying I'm going to remind you about your horoscope? If you'd like to tell the public,
Supposed
but
to keep my head down.
Yeah, no.
Mercury's in retrograde, you know, I follow it. Just,
Keep your
you know,
head
that's
down.
you're supposed to be quiet, silent, but, no, that's
Hey,
a
but I
great
was pretty good
idea.
there. I didn't like explode.
I know,
or
and
anything.
it's part of the conversation I think we're gonna have. The reason we're having the conversation today about REMP and funding is because tomorrow at our regular meeting, we have an, agenda item about core funding and, REMP funding. And so we thought that it would be beneficial for the board to have some, heads up as to the agenda item for tomorrow.
Could I
About the history. Of course
insert
you
one
can.
other thing in that? And this is probably a John question, is that the question was asked at us at a recent retreat with the city. You know, why are we putting, you know, why have we decided to drop 200,000 toward core for the REMP process? Or not REMP, the NEPA process regarding Coal Basin? And it's from a different pocketbook, but the question was, hey, you're stiffing, you're not pulling up your weight on core, but on REMP, but you're putting all this money into NEPA. And I think that the optics on that are not accurate. And I just wanted to clarify once again, we've talked about it, but maybe briefly, just explain, or somebody, maybe if you want me to, I'll take a stab at it. but-
Well, and when you're talking NEPA, we're talking, shifting gears to
Right.
another
It's-
agenda
it's
item
a
for
separate
tomorrow,
thing.
which is Coal Basin.
Yep.
And the methane capture there, which is gonna require us to go, well, the Forest Service, or all of us to go through a National Environmental
Environmental Protection
Protection.
Agency.
No, NEPA is National Environmental
Act.
Protection Act.
We'll go with it, yeah.
And I couldn't
You
get
did.
that EPA part out
Yeah.
of my mind. So, so that's kind of where we are in that. So
And that's
that
a
being-
different pot of money.
Yeah.
And that, the board made the decision, it was pitched to us as a special project. And so the board made the decision to take that money out of your general funds. You probably could have looked at and asked if we had the availability to take that out of REMP funds, but you chose to do that as a special project, separate from your REMP
We
funds.
chose to have it brought back to us for official approval, and that we did look at the cost sharing with core funds, REMP funds, and we also looked at the possibility of some opportunities that the federal government might have involved with it because of the U.S. Forest Service involvement. So it was a multifaceted conversation.
Yeah, and I'd just jump in. This goes back to what Cindy was saying about the basis for collection of REMP fees has changed because the county has increased the requirements under our energy code. So the goal, just to be clear, is not to collect dollars. It's to reduce greenhouse gases.
Right.
And so as we've done that through policy, we are projecting that we will collect less in REMP fees. Now, there's also a technicality in there where we also need to maintain a balance because there is oftentimes a refund of REMP. And so when we came to the board, as Cindy said, we could have looked at using REMP or general fund dollars because this is squarely within the board's priorities, both in the strategic plan and as repeatedly stated in annual retreats. And so because of that uncertainty about the availability of REMP, we suggested this special project be funded through general fund revenues, and that's coming back in our supplementals,
Yes.
I believe. And so there's that piece related to this specific project. Bigger picture, I do think, as energy codes are increased and REMP maybe becomes less available in the community, we are looking at contract for service models with CORE, and I think this is one of the first times that they're stepping in to doing a special project, and that we are basically entering into an agreement with CORE to carry out that special
Right.
project. I suspect we'll see more of that in the future, and we'll be looking at what revenue pots
Okay,
are
and I've got
appropriate.
Kelly with her hand up. Thanks, John. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you. A couple questions, I guess. I'd like to understand like where core is at and some of this adjustment to this. And Cindy, who's taking over for you and come July 1st?
We're working on it.
Okay. And then I also wonder, I think we should be having a conversation about how we expand REMP and, you know, what it does. Like, I guess I see opportunity in not just applying this to the built environment, but to other carbon generators in our community. And I'm wondering if the city and core are having that conversation as well, because, you know, I don't see how this is quite different from a carbon tax, I guess, or a carbon fee, impact fee. And I wonder if there are other ways to help push along technologies and application of those technologies in our community by targeting the REMP towards them.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a lot of fun for you guys to work on, because with the
fun for us to work
is that a good pass off? But I think it'll be a lot of fun for you, because we're now going to have the embodied carbon study that you will have at your fingertips to look at where the sources of carbon are really coming from, and you can then start to apply a REMP type model, if you wish, with those. And I'm excited to say you're going to have some great data to work on with that. So I agree, Kelly. I think and I think with Greg's idea too. I mean, it's ripe for pushing new concepts.
And I just note that REMP is set up as an impact fee. And one of the reasons that it is decreasing is because the rational nexus that we identified has changed, right, in terms of carbon production that's associated with development that we collect REMP on. And so I think, as Cindy's pointing out, there may be a new rational nexus and opportunities for the board to look at it as a fee, but I just wanted to make sure we're clear it's an impact fee and not a tax.
Yeah,
and try to keep
No, and I
jumping in.
appreciate that. I mean, like, I think about, you know, now as there are alternatives, for example, at the FBO, you know, they have an alternative, right? So the point of the fee is to sort of incentivize people to use the biodiesel or biofuel alternative rather than, you know, your typical aviation fuel. And so I guess that's something that I look to as, you know, a tax you can apply generally. You sort of need to have an alternative in order for the system, right? You have to have some kind of opt out or opt other. So that's what I'm thinking about when we look to the future of this, you know, kind of paradigm and this type of application of what I think has been really effective.
Yeah, and to add to that, we're seeing just changes in uses of existing programs and existing things, such as how people utilize their homes, and how they're increasing the utilization of their homes, and how there may be a nexus we can draw between that and the need for offsetting carbon, with a fee being used to go back to core to help us with that.
Right.
Through the REMP fund. So there's a lot of opportunities coming forward, but I think the issue in front of us for today and for tomorrow, and then if we do move forward with looking at covering the fee for the NEPA study at the coal methane issue, that'll come back to us in another time. We have to just move it forward to that. Is that right, Connie?
That's correct. There is a resolution tomorrow that's giving your approval for the project, but the actual budget appropriation will be supplementals in a work session June 14th, I believe June 15th.
Yeah. So we're moving it into when we normally do our
Yes,
our-
that's correct.
appropriations. Okay.
And we will, just a little side note, that the core request is just slightly bigger than what we set aside in the budget. We budgeted 500 and the request is 511,000. So that little difference would also be in the second quarter supplement.
Very important, 11,000.
Could be.
Just wanted to point out that the NEPA budget is also kind of amorphous at this point. We don't know. It may come in well under $200,000. I think we said up to 200,000. Is that, so how we?
And the
is that-
use of that would be gauged on when we saw those.
Right.
It wouldn't just be paid up front, it'd be paid
So-
as we saw the
So
use.
it goes in as, in the budget supplemental as 200, but it could certainly be less. Great.
Okay. Yes, please.
Patty, this is Steve.
Wait, Steve, yeah, you're somewhere on the road, so yeah, go ahead.
So I'm sitting at a coffee shop in Newcastle where it's quieter than on the road and the service stays the same.
I know that one.
One question I have is, can CORE do fees for services for private companies? I know that sometimes in the past, like the ski company would get a grant for using the rent money to do a project. I think they did some different kind of oven or something, or some different kind of refrigeration unit or some kind of a thing like that in the past. Well, the ski company could probably afford to pay for that themselves as a business expense, where they're actually saving energy and saving money going down the road. So it's a smart business decision for them to do that, even if they had to pay for it and not CORE paying for it. So could CORE start contracting services for helping corporations or companies set up energy saving efficiencies in their business, and have CORE make money in the process as a way to offset the loss of the rent money?
Yeah.
So it would be asking some of the wealthier people who can afford to do their energy saving things to pay for that and not rely on a rent grant to do it, is basically what it would amount to.
Yeah,
Is
Cindy's,
that possible for CORE to do that?
Yeah,
Cindy's got an answer.
Steve, yes, and tomorrow we're going to have a presentation about the new programming for CORE and kind of the new direction CORE's going, and that'll all come up. Yeah, it's definitely more fee for service and trying to attract those members of the community, private or public.
So is that part of our agenda for tomorrow?
Yeah, it's just an overview of the
Okay,
CORE
so I
program.
just want to point out that our agenda tomorrow is very full,
Okay,
so.
it's only a 10-minute presentation.
Okay, that's why we're hoping to get it here today, so we didn't, but the public needs to hear it, so, yeah, because and it'll be coming back to us for a second reading, so just tomorrow's agenda, I'm trying to make it so we're not here till midnight tomorrow, which would be nice, but we'll see how it goes. But-
Last May, CORE came and gave an update, so we thought it was good timing with their resolution for their funding.
Do they
to
usually do it at a regular meeting, though? Don't they usually do it as a work
brief
session?
update? Well, we had the resolution, so we had to do it together.
Okay, well, it is
I'll
what it is, but it's
make
just
sure
to
it's
give
short.
everybody a heads up, because I'm just looking at our agenda for tomorrow. That is almost 2 pages full, and you never know. A short agenda can mean for a long meeting, and a long agenda can mean for a short one.
A longer one.
Yeah, or a longer one, or a longer one. But I think part of the discussion on Steve's point is that I think we'll be looking at it for private, for commercial, and then I think we should also be looking at a flexible fee rate for maybe even nonprofits who come in, and there's a benefit for nonprofits to have something evaluated as far as their carbon footprint and their ability to offset that. So I think we need to keep that conversation open to all possibilities, which I think we will. So, okay. Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to add, the current rent program is not, it has a lifespan to it, and it's a 20-year lifespan, straight line depreciation. So if you replace your swimming pool that's less than 20 years old, you get a partial credit. Anything over 20 years old, you're starting over with all the new rent fees. So if you tear out your driveway that's snow melted and you put a new one in and it's over 20 years old, you're back to paying rent.
Okay. I thought you meant the program itself, and I thought, well, I didn't know we.
I thought so too.
I didn't know it expired. Shouldn't we have re-upped it again? It's been over 20 years. I was getting nervous there.
The components of it have a
Okay.
20-year lifespan.
Cindy, please. No? All right. Francie, did you have any questions or comments?
I do not.
Okay. Greg, I'm going to overlook your horoscope.
Great, thank you. This is great.
Okay.
Thanks
Kelly
for
or
this
Steve, are we
creative
good?
thinking.
Is there anything else, since we have such a great?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Anything else staff would like to pitch in on, since you?
No, I'm just so pleased with this team, you guys. I mean, we have such a great team to work on these issues, and as we come up on the new 2021 adoption of the code and everything in mind, Tony's agreed to help Jeff and everyone to work towards your goal of 2030 net zero. And I think you've just got a great team here with all of our data that Alex is getting and Connie's wisdom to keep us on track. We've got a great team to look at REMP today and in the future.
Well, and I think when we passed the energy code, it was amazing because we were kind of leading the way, and the staff put in so much time and energy to get the data that the board wanted to make it, really a workable code for the community and for the people that were going to be having to play by that code. And I think the board was really proud when we got that passed. So thank you all for your efforts. And it's so great to have you all here in front of us
Can I
today.
just add
Yes,
one
of
quick
course.
thing? Yeah, it's remarkable what this department has accomplished and what our community has accomplished regarding energy efficiency and forward thinking toward net zero or 2030 goals. Compared to the rest of the country, they are just getting started. It's kind of the same way with affordable housing. They could be 30 or 40 years behind. And I'm hoping that we can just keep leveraging it and using this as a model. I attended virtually the conference, the Aspen Ideas conference that was in Miami. Aspen Ideas Climate was in Miami, and I was mostly a little bit discouraged only because it was so basic, and they hadn't even gotten into, only one speaker got into the real nitty gritty. The rest of it was like introduction to climate and mitigation. And we are just so much farther ahead, and so much of this work has been done. I think that the fruits of your labors will hopefully be disseminated far and wide. And the governor should know that, and state and beyond feds should know it too. So when we have the opportunity to toot our horn, let's do.
Was that the climate conference?
The Aspen Ideas Climate, yeah. And then they're going to come here and do Ideas Fest.
Well,
Aspen Ideas
this
Climate,
was
yeah.
the idea, the climate ideas thing
Right.
that just happened last
It
week.
was last night and tonight, I
Yeah.
think, yeah.
I know we have Jackie
I
Francis.
had
is there.
noticed that, Greg, I had noticed that was in Miami or in Florida somewhere, and I thought, what are they going to be discussing? How Florida's going to be going underwater if they don't do something
That
about
was part of
climate
it.
change? But
I think they were having it on a boat.
so that might be an appropriate place to do it, but maybe they didn't get into solutions very well at the conference, from what you said, Greg.
Yeah.
They were underwater.
We've just been talking about it a lot longer. I think that's really what it comes down to, but
Yeah.
it was good. It was all good information.
Okay, that being said, we are going to adjourn just our work session for now. We will be back at 1 o'clock, where we'll start our afternoon session. And if any of members of the public would like to know, we are postponing to another date the City of Aspen Entrance to Aspen Project Plan presentation, just so everybody knows that. I don't know when that'll be rescheduled, but it will not be an item on our agenda this afternoon. All right, so thanks. See everybody back. So you guys don't have to come back, but we'll
Thanks,
be here at
guys.
1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Amy. We'll be back. Okay, welcome back. Today is Tuesday, May the 10th, 2022. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session. We had a meeting earlier this morning and then lunch, and it's 1 o'clock, and we are starting our afternoon meeting. So any of the public who may be tuning in today to hear the City of Aspen presentation of the Entrance to Aspen project plan, that item has been postponed, so we will not be hearing it today. I have with me in the room Francie Jacober, Kelly McNicholas Curry. Greg is outside the room. He has an unexpected surprise visit from a member of his family, so we're giving him some time to catch up with that member of the family. And Steve is somewhere along the way in transit. We aren't sure, but his plan was to be here, so I expect to hear from him sooner than later. So we are going to go ahead and start our first agenda item, which is the Healthy Community Fund Issues and Outcomes Update. We have Lindy Maish and Lisa Yorka from Human Services here. I also have John Peacock, the county manager, with us, and we have staff. We have McKellar, and we have Amy from Grassroots. So please, ladies, the floor is yours. Red light needs to be on.
Okay. I am Lisa Yorker. I'm the grant specialist with Picken County, and we are here today. The Board of County Commissioners is asked today to review, discuss, and provide input on the 2022 Healthy Community Fund process change recommendations. In 2020, the Citizen Grant Review Committee had to make some difficult decisions as there were more requests than funding available. And in 2021, the CGRC had lively discussions regarding how to prioritize funding given the uncertain landscape and the influx of CARES Act funding identified by the CGRC in reviewing organizational financial information included in the applications. So while the CGRC was impressed with the ways that organizations managed through such a difficult few years with COVID-19, there were a few themes that surfaced in discussions that have come up in prior years as well. So the Healthy Community Fund staff will be discussing these issues in more depth. Issues for discussion. The Healthy Community Fund staff have convened several meetings and task groups with the CGRC, internal office staff, City of Aspen, and nonprofit partners, and a results-based accountability contractor to gather input to inform the recommendations being made. The following describe the issues in further detail and provide recommendations. Organizational concerns. The first issue is organizations providing services that are subject to political or divisive opinions. Decisions around funding when an organization supports gaps in the systems of care that may have differing opinions, such as organizations that provide faith-based services, women's reproductive health, and organizations serving refugees and/or immigrants. So our recommendation is that the ballot language does not specify whether priority should or should not be given to organizations providing services where services are subject to political or divisive opinions. So the Healthy Community Fund staff will include a scoring question to help in minimizing subjectivity of the organizations. The staff will likewise help guide the CGRC to focus on need and values versus the polarizing implications of an organization. The additional question included in the scoring will be, is the service the organization is offering one that fills a community need? And how do you rank the value of the need? 0 is the organization is not fulfilling a need with no value, or is fulfilling a need with no value. And 10 is minimal, and this is going to be now a 25-point question, so the scoring will be a little bit different. But 25 is the organization is filling a critical need in the community with high value. The next issue is volunteer. Oh, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I think the hardest part of this question is the definition of divisive political issues. So, and that can change at any moment. So that's kind of it's not a black or white, definitely. Sometimes I'm not even sure it's gray. I think it's even sometimes cloudier than that. So that's just something the board will have to decide how we can present, or answer that question, which will be on a regular basis. So, yeah. Francie?
Yes, I was a little confused about this paragraph about divisive organizations. At first I thought you were saying that we just wouldn't consider giving anything to divisive organizations.
No.
But I don't think that's what's meant here. It sounds to me more like you're going to have the scoring question so that your decision is based entirely on needs rather than on politics or values or that kind of thing.
Yes.
I think you're right.
Yeah, so that seems difficult for an organization to self-do. Like, they're going to think their needs are really dramatic compared to somebody else assessing those needs. So would there be input from other people, or?
Yeah, so that will be the Citizen Grant Review Committee scoring. So it's not gonna be the,
Oh, it's not the organization.
organizations that
Okay.
so when they're scoring the applications, they'll be looking instead of, the lively discussions that we had were around some kind of, organizations that are doing just amazing work in our valley, like Planned Parenthood. And where we are getting really critical, there's high need and high value for those services, probably to your point, Patty, even more so now than there was 2 years ago or 4 years ago. So what we're trying to do is help the Citizen Grant Review Committee focus on need and value of the organization and the programming that they're offering instead of the implications of the politics.
But how is
it.
value separate from the politics of it? I mean, I might value Planned Parenthood and somebody else might not want anything to do with Planned Parenthood. So how do you separate the value of something away from the political disarray that we find ourselves in?
That is a great question.
If you think of the peer review, the peer group meetings that are for mental health that are being held in church settings. So some people find that to be a divisive setting, even though it's the programming they're offering is completely, it fills a need, it is what is warranted. And so it's two different things. So it sort of helps split it
Yeah,
out for
okay.
them.
Like Alcoholics Anonymous in Carbondale has met at the Catholic Church forever.
Sure. Yeah, and we do have our applications from churches or Catholic charities, and just because they're Catholic charities, the service that they're providing is around homelessness, right? And they're not turning anyone away. So I think the need and value can be wrapped up into the programming that they're offering, and that's where we see some
That's
of
what
that.
you're trying to state here.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
great question.
Kelly has a.
Yeah, I guess I would say as almost like value neutral from the sense of, political values or something like that the board can be, I think would be appropriate, because we're just in such a time where issues that would never have been regarded as political are becoming political, and I, if I always feel like the board has the opportunity to come before us and explain their decisions, and we have the final say if we disagree with those, which is where I think some of that judgment call should rest, for issues that perhaps are getting more inflamed over time, or as the ebb and flow of issues, toxicity ebbs and flows over time, I would say.
Do you think that it makes sense to your point, Francie, and also to what you're talking about, Kelly, does it make sense to consider removing, because since value sometimes is wrapped up into
I think you
my
should
political
take it
beliefs,
out.
remove value,
I think
and
so.
then we're just talking about a community need
I think that would be helpful.
instead, to help minimize, the subjectivity of it.
Well, because it's
to-
used in two different, like, we're not talking about values the way that we normally articulate it at this board. It's like value in terms of worth.
Right.
Like, what's another synonym for that might describe that a little better?
Yeah.
Yeah, good word to try and figure out how to.
Yeah.
Just like
It's
saying-
a weighted word, even if you meant it to be worth, as Kelly's.
Like saying
was a
community
good
character, what does
synonym.
that mean? Versus the characters in the community.
Yeah.
Well, and possibly by doing just the need, then we're talking about, so the, X organization who's labeled like a church or something is offering mental health services. The need is mental health services in the community. It has nothing to do with the organization necessarily, but the need is the programming.
So it's more the level to which they are fulfilling the need rather than the value of their fulfilling the need, because you're trying to get a value point system to weigh the need, so.
The problem is that it's plural. It says values.
Yeah.
If it just said value, it would be more clear that you're talking about what value is it providing to the community. But when it says values, it sounds like the beliefs of the organization.
Yeah, ethics more.
Yeah.
Yeah, more.
But maybe you
yeah.
just take the S off if you
You're
know.
right here.
That's way too easy, Francie. But I value that point. Okay, Greg, thank you for joining us. That was quite a surprise.
Yeah, thank you.
What you expected.
Indulging me. It was somebody I'd heard of but had never met.
In his family.
Yeah. So, and family,
That's
distant
pretty-
relative.
pretty
Not
special.
that distant, but still very distant.
Pretty special.
So that was a bit of a, I'm trying to shift back in here.
Okay,
so
so
thank you.
can we move forward then? We good? Okay, Greg, you can catch up
I'll
and
catch up.
jump in.
Yeah, no, I've
Okay.
familiarized myself.
The second issue is volunteer organizations who do not serve those that live or work in Pickens County. Organizations where the majority of individuals receiving services do not live or work in Pickens County, for example, Shining Stars, Huts for Vets, Challenge Aspen, yet have a strong volunteer presence that live and work in Pickens County. The recommendation that we would have is that a question was added to the application requesting further information about the volunteer programming to ensure that volunteers live, work, and play in Pickens County. The Citizen Grant Review Committee agreed that these organizations offer an invaluable service where local volunteers feel a sense of connectedness to the community as a result. And the question included in the application is, if your organization focuses on a healthy community through volunteer engagement, please describe the ways individuals feel a sense of connectedness to Pickens County as a result.
Francie has a
Well, because it sounds like, I don't know, if you can't say you love Pickens County, even though you did Shining Stars, but you don't like Pickens County, then you shouldn't receive funding. It's a little bit, I feel like it's a price tag, sort of, that last sentence. And then I'm sorry to be so picky here, but the other one was that if we had volunteers for Huts for Vets that were from Carbondale or Glenwood, surely that wouldn't influence whether or not they receive a grant.
I think it supports them receiving a grant.
So
local, right?
those
So
just
if they're-
those 2 points. I mean, I'm really not trying to be critical. I'm sorry, but I do think that there are a lot of people who used to live in Aspen and live down Valley now, and they're used to doing volunteer work, and they want to continue doing it, and and they love, I don't know, Challenge Aspen. But so surely they don't have to live in Pickens County.
No.
And it wouldn't be a demerit on the grant application if most of their volunteers are not from Pickens County?
No, so the Live, Work, or Play is what the Healthy Community Fund, kind of the mission, vision is around. You don't have to necessarily be living in Pickens County, but if you live, work, or play in Pickens
Okay.
County, so you feel a sense of community in the region.
So kind of what it is if you work for the organization and the organization is working for the people valley-wide, kind of a. So there's the people who work for Challenge Aspen, and Challenge Aspen services or provides or works for this part of our community. Then that's kind of a bonus, actually, for me. That we're allowing people, we're giving the organization credit for having people work for the organization from throughout the valley.
Yeah.
But these examples of organizations could be comprised, they could be serving people, none of whom are from the valley.
They're serving, right, so
Yeah.
it could be that their organizations, and sometimes they may have,
right,
a
of
few
course.
people who are from the area.
Definitely.
But generally are located here, providing service in this area for whatever reasons. And and I think the reason this came up with the Citizen Grant Review Committee as well was because when you're looking at 75 applications, all of which that are serving individuals who live, work, and play in this area, and there's these kind of few organizations who aren't serving people who live, work, or play here, but that their volunteer presence really does. And that's why we included that part about community connectedness, but this is a great conversation because the volunteers that are scaffolding that organization are people who are from here.
Huts for
in
vets,
this area. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
for the most part. I
Right.
mean, yeah.
And they're valued, so.
Don't bring up values again. We already, value or values or Kelly.
Yeah, I guess the way I'm thinking of this is like almost a sphere of influence, question, because like we absolutely serve people who are not living in Pickens County, right? Like they, that fund does that. So this taxpayer fund paid by Pickens County voters is serving people who are not in Pickens County. So like how far does that go? Like how far do you let have that sphere expand? Seems what this question to me is wrestling with a little bit. I mean, and I can see that. I mean, I look at the work of like the examples given here and I feel like, well, yeah, they could do it. They couldn't just do it anywhere, right? Because of the programming they're offering, like
Huts.
yeah, exactly. So, and it is sort of location based. Like they're bringing people to this beautiful, Rocky Mountain area. Sure, it could be Breckenridge or it could be Vail. Like it doesn't necessarily have to be Pickens County. But, I would think that the people who volunteer for these organizations would want us to support them, I guess.
And they live within Pickens County. Whereas all of the benefits from the organization aren't necessarily for people who live here, but they're for people who.
And I see it for me, like as part of a steward of these public lands is to have other people who own these public lands get to take advantage of them, right? I just don't know if the tax is a mechanism to facilitate that.
Yeah.
And so the question for the organization, were you through?
Yeah, you can tell I'm just sort of posing questions here.
I can tell we're all thinking here.
Yeah, so the question for the organization, describe the ways individuals feel a sense of connectedness to Pickens County as a result of what? As a result?
Volunteering.
Of their volunteer engagement.
Yeah.
Greg?
Could we just ask a really simple question? What's in it for us? I'll be crude, I'll be crass. We give a lot of money away to worthwhile organizations. I support and love the 3 examples you've set up, like Shining Stars, Huts for Vets, Challenge Aspen, are all great. But the question I'd want to ask is, there's the sense of connectedness to Pickens County, but how is it enriching Pickens County, enriching our culture and our community? And I think it's arguable that they all do. But it's also kind of foggy. What if an organization that wasn't based here, with volunteers that weren't based here, were serving people who are only coming in for their week-long or month-long session? Would they still be able to get a grant from our Healthy Community Fund?
That is a good question.
So we have to figure out where the line is. So my question would be, how is this enriching our community? We want a healthy, diverse, culturally enriched community from this. And so how are you contributing to this with these activities? Because I could imagine people in Denver or Breckenridge or anywhere else saying, hey, they give a lot of money away in Aspen. Let's go do our program there, and they'll help pay for it. It's like, really, are we trying to promote more people coming here to do these things?
He's putting thoughts into people's
So these
minds.
all have to be based here. That's one of your criteria. So that helps. So then, how is the community being enriched from this? And I think the answer should be pretty easy if there's community engagement. But it's like the buddy program where the big buddy gets as much benefit as the little buddy, right? And it's the same thing. I've been on the Challenge Aspen thing, and I've worked with Huts for Vets and Shining Stars. I've worked for all 3, and I came away proud of my community and feeling enriched by my association. And I was just doing video for them as a cameraman or TV
So
shows.
are you suggesting changing the wording of the question to the organization?
Perhaps it would. But it's like, how is that, what's in it for us?
Yeah.
Ask the immediate question, like,
Does this
Not
packet-
quite like that.
what are we getting out of it?
Yeah. But Greg, I think you're right. For me, what you're saying is that, what we're talking about, if the organization, the people who work for the organization, that's a huge benefit to the people within our community for the values they get, like you just said, out of working for Shining Stars or working Huts for Vets or any organization. That's a real positive for our sense of community and pride, and I think that's a huge benefit we're getting by funding organizations where we have the local workers working for them, and that provide a service maybe for people who don't live here, but the value the value of that, not values, but the value of that is a benefit to our community.
Yeah.
To keeping it healthy.
It's the Pitkin County centric feel of that question that kind of bothers me,
Well, that's where the money's coming from.
Is the taxpayers here.
Okay.
That's where the taxpayers, I kind of feel obligated to show our taxpayers that we're
Okay.
stewarding their money properly.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing I would like to bring up is, I think I read at the top of this says that, hey, we're getting more requests than we have money to cover them. So we do need to weed out or change our criteria in order to be able to make it easier for your board to make those tough decisions.
Yeah, I
So it
think
doesn't
that's-
bother me to tighten things up a bit if we had
Well, and
to.
that's the 0 to 25 value
Okay.
scoring system.
Right.
So
I missed that part
that'll
of the
help give
conversation,
them
sorry.
some criteria to look at numbers-wise, to say, this one scored X, supported by Y, this one is down here. So when we have to say, you only get money and you don't, that might help them in that
I have to
decision-making
say,
process.
I want to be able to justify my support of the fund and how the money is distributed to the newspaper when they call, or to a constituent when they call, or, I think that's an important thing. It's like, we're the ones who are ultimately responsible for this money.
What's the Shining Stars do, even though it's off topic a little bit?
It's for children with cancer.
Children with cancer.
And they come from all over the country, and they work
It's like
with
Make-A-Wish.
special doctors, something like that, yeah. They get a
Yeah.
chance to do
A lot of high school
the cool
children,
stuff here.
high school students volunteer with that one.
With great benefit to the community.
I think so, if it gives us a sense
Give me
of,
goosebumps just thinking about it.
of what we can actually do in terms of service to others, then it's totally worth it, right?
It's something that our image actually needs.
Yeah,
At
we
least
could all
the
use it,
Aspen
we
part
could
of
all
our
use a
image.
dose of it, living here in this
That's
bubble we live in.
Aspen-centric.
Yes. Well, it is in the county after all.
Okay, we're gonna move to the next. And
just wanna
Steve,
make sure-
Steve has his hand up. Hi, Steve, nice to see you at home.
He made it.
Hi,
Wow.
and I'm totally on river time, so excuse me if I'm like drifting along here a little bit.
No pun intended.
Very relaxed.
During the Giving Tuesday in the late fall, when different organizations are raising money, if you just put in Pitkin County or Aspen as a key word, you can pull up about 400 organizations that are fundraising in Pitkin County. Most of them don't have anything to do with Pitkin County. They just are figuring this is a fertile ground for raising money, and they put that in. And I think that we really need to be careful that we are weeding those ones out who don't have really anything to do with our community. And I think that the scoring system and everything is aware of that, but I think we just need to be doubly careful that, we're picking the right organizations thoughtfully. And I think the scoring system seems to be, especially with the improvements that are suggested, or I guess it's partly the questionnaire, just to give the committee more guidance, helps out in that process. But I came in really late on the conversation, but I liked what you were saying, Greg. And I would agree with what you were saying. Thank you.
Looks like you had fun.
Yeah.
You look so relaxed.
Which river?
Oh,
San Juan River. I rode the San Juan. That's the most rowing I've ever done in my whole life, and I rode through all the rapids on there. And
Sand waves.
I learned so much. I ran into Tim Corrigan 2 days ago. He's the county commissioner from Routt County. He camped next to us 2 nights ago, and then I met a really good friend of George Newman's from Durango was on the river. It was like all these connections. We kept running into people.
Okay, well, I'm going to keep us floating down the river.
Okay.
'Cause we have a couple more topics to discuss here. So,
Yeah.
outcomes management, I think, is next.
Yeah, so I'll tee us up for that. And this conversation is extremely helpful for us, so thank you. Let me start by saying that. And that this was really an attempt to do what you were saying, Greg, which was to help streamline, kind of put some better guardrails in place for the review committee and the applicants, so that when it comes to making those recommendations, it's much more clear. So when we have those tough years like we had a couple of years ago, we just have better guardrails and are able to help facilitate the dialogue and conversation.
I guess some organizations, they're all different, no doubt, but is there any way, would it be useful to have specific outcomes from locals as part of their annual report? They did it last year. This year, it's like, hey, could you have some of the locals involved in this write us a paragraph or two about how they were affected? Just wondering if that way we'd have a direct report on outcomes. I don't know if that makes it too complicated.
No, I don't think it does, but I would just want to make sure I understand what you're asking. Is it that you're asking that the clients receiving services or the individuals who are receiving benefit from the organizations give some sort of, or is it the organizations? Because if it's the organizations, we'll get to that here in the outcomes.
I'm just trying to think the locals who are participating are probably the best ones to advocate for them. They,
Greg wants testimonials.
a testimonial from somebody who is involved who would be a local. A testimony from somebody who came from Kansas City, that's great to know they had a good time in Aspen, but really what I want to hear from is the volunteer who helped load them on the chairlift or, learn something about Surface or themselves or something,
I wonder if that's actually a question we could include in the application of the organization, to just ask if they do client satisfaction testimonials and to offer one.
To their volunteers as well.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
that's where.
Well, for Shining Star, for any, really, but testimonial from their volunteers or the people receiving services.
It would give us all a better understanding of what they do and why they do it here and how they do it here.
I have a question too on that one. And I don't know if it's just assumed, but it says with the Pickens County Public Health and Human Services strategic plans, how does the county's overall strategic plan fit in there?
Yeah, great question.
Because it may in some sections and it may not. So that should also be, because we ask staff to do that with every memo we get, so it'd be nice to see how it all
aligns.
blends together.
Aligns.
Yeah.
Yep. So let me get into the outcomes management. We can talk a little bit about that. So this is something that we've been grappling with quite a bit over the last, for Lisa, probably 5-10 years, which is really how do we get good data to show us the impact of the fund? And that's been a hard thing to do because of just how diverse the funding is across the board. We have 6 goal areas that are pretty different from one another, but mostly align with health and human services. That's what is in the ballot language. That's what is committed through taxpayer dollars. And what we found in these last couple of years was that the difficulty in making those funding recommendations came down to, dare I say, value. But it does come down to what is the value, where should we be prioritizing the money when we do have difficult funding decisions to make. So if we say organization A and organization B are similar organizations, which one do we put more, right? Is there one that's more aligned with strategic plan of the county and the Health and Human Services Division, or is there, or not? And how do we measure that?
that's a hard thing to measure, I think, just like based on our conversation today.
According to need? According to need is in there somewhere, right?
According to need. Well, that's it. I
Like a
mean,
scholarship.
Right. I think, yeah, because if we start to focus on value, that's where it gets really, I think it does get hairy for us. It can get political, it can get divisive, but what is the need in the community? And what we have right now we've worked with public health around strategy maps for each goal area that align to our own strategic plans, as well as our strategic plans are in alignment with Picken County's strategic
overall,
plan. Yeah. So we develop our strategic plans to work under the umbrella of the Picken County strategic plan.
And that's why I brought that up, because I thought we were already into outcomes management
We're there.
discussion.
We are there, thank you. We're going down the river, Patty.
I was
Yeah.
also thinking if you have two comparable organizations and one of them has, super well-funded philanthropists on their board and the other one doesn't, but they're both providing a service.
That's critical.
And they have the same ask, I would be inclined to put the money, if we think they can find the money elsewhere, they don't have to get it from us. Can we discriminate based on
We're gonna
their
get there.
financial need?
We're going to
Okay.
talk about.
Further
Okay.
down the memo.
Yeah,
All right.
we'll get there in the
Well,
fiscal
I'll throw out my
oversight.
similar
Yeah.
question then to keep in mind is there a beneficial scoring for like shared overhead? So we're not paying all these individual
Yeah.
development
And that's-
directors, grant writers, accountants, things like that.
Right.
That is a great question, and one that I've thought about a lot, is the joint applications. Could we see more, how do we encourage more joint applications in the process for?
That's
I know.
that's an excellent topic, and I think tying on to that, is this a sustainable sort of thing? Are you trying to grow your organization bigger, or are you just trying to maintain a healthy balance? And if you're growth oriented, you want to add staff and you want to build it, does that make sense, or are we going to just support you to maintain your operation? I don't want to see this as a growth engine.
Yeah.
I'd rather see it as a sustainability thing. So.
Yeah, more to come in the fiscal oversight part of this presentation today. We talk a lot about exactly what you're referring to, right? Cash reserve funds. These become really complicated with the Citizen Grant Review Committee, because if you see an organization with a huge cash reserve, and we don't really understand why are we granting them more money, right? Are they building their cash reserve, or are they, right, or what?
That's in the next
Are they
point.
building an edifice?
We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. And this is tough stuff. So just, again, appreciative for this conversation. So for the outcomes about those difficult funding decisions, what we've done in the new software that we implemented in the last year is we've included some really basic output data that we're asking so that we can present to the taxpayers just really basic output, right? Here's the total number of individuals that are being served through the Healthy Community Fund. Here are those that live, work, or play in Picken County, just kind of like basic data. And then to get to your point, Greg, of the testimonials, what we've done, when we worked with the results-based accountability consultant, what we've done is started with those basic outputs of that information, and then we're going to ask the organizations to tell us the story. Because what we learned after talking with maybe 2 or 3 different consultants is that because of the diversity of the way we fund, it's going to be very hard to measure collective impact without testimonial stories or without the qualitative, right, data. So we'll be asking them these kind of basic output datas, and then we ask them did I have it on here? Sorry.
The testimonial part, which I think is a great idea.
The stories, yeah, and
The
we're going to
stories.
highlight those in newsletters. We're going to start kind of putting that out into the public a different way. Sorry, I can't. I'm
We
trying to
used to
remember
do the
what those-
highlights for the BOCC, and those stopped about 4 years ago. And those had more, this is what they did this year. These are the highlights of what this organization did. And it tells a bigger picture story than just plain data.
Yeah, so we'll have the plain data that tells us everything, and then it's going to kind of hone into so tell us about what success looks like in your organization with these individuals, this number of individuals. Tell us what the challenges are, what are barriers that are getting in the way. So then we're going to be able to start painting a picture of what's happening a little bit better. So that's one thing that we're looking at in the software. And then the other thing is this alignment with the strategy maps and our strategic planning. And so what we're going to do is with the CGRC, when there are tough funding decisions, because there are some years, 2 years ago, there wasn't enough funding for all of the requests. And I guess that doesn't happen very often, but it does happen.
Imagine that.
So when it
Happened
does,
before, but yeah.
yeah, and what they decided to do, because I think there was a lack of guardrails there, was to just do a 20% cut across the board, because there wasn't some of this more nuanced, these more nuanced questions around, okay, so if they do have a big, cash reserve, or what is it being used for, kind of really starting to hone in on some of these, and then aligning whatever the priorities are of the community with what the funding is. So we'll be using the strategy maps to help us make some of those more difficult decisions when and if they happen.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay, we're gonna keep moving. Okay, then the second issue that came up with the Citizen Grant Review Committee was that the city of Aspen was missing, and Ann Mullins usually came and sat through, and because they overturned their entire grant program, now they have their own review committee. They're doing a lot of that. So we've been meeting with them pretty regularly. At first it was almost weekly. Now I think we're meeting about once a month with them to make sure we're aligning our processes, and we're also going to be attending their Citizen Grant Review Committee, and they're going to be attending ours. So we'll both have staff at one another's just to help with that alignment. And it was really just a big mystery because we didn't have anyone sitting in there to help inform some of the questions.
A way to better utilize the funds coming from both sides.
Yeah.
That's great that you're working in concert. It would make so much sense, right? The closest you can get. I know it always isn't so difficult or so easy. What about the other organization I can think in the Valley that gives money away is the Aspen Community Foundation, if that's what it's called.
Yeah, or the ski company too.
Or the ski company's
Yep.
environmental foundation, and then the Aspen Community Foundation. I'm just wondering, are there any ways of simplifying or streamlining the process involving them somehow? Is this the sort of thing that, maybe this could be something they take on as a service for us over the...
Something that we've included in the application is a question around where they're getting their funding from locally, which hadn't been in the application in the past. So then the Citizen Grant Review Committee is able to see, okay, Aspen Community Foundation is giving them this X amount, and Aspen Ski Company is giving them, or Garfield County Human Services Commission is giving them X amount. And we don't really have a question yet for the scorers around how to kind of, what does that mean? But it really is just to glean information on they're receiving a lot of funding locally.
Sure.
And that's not
We have to keep
necessarily
in
a bad
mind
thing.
as we add things that one of our goals has always been to simplify this process.
I know.
Because it's overwhelming every year or whatever. That's what we
Bigger,
did
right.
the 3-year grant program. It's kind of a partnership thing. So we need to keep that in mind as we're wanting to add more. How are we making it so overwhelming? They just go,
Yeah,
and we go.
it's
So,
too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is one of your criteria to ask them who else is funding them in advance, or if there's a specific ask? Like, for instance, a lot of philanthropists will not get involved until somebody else has, and they'll do a match, but they won't be the first one in, or they want to be the last one in. Or, they have all sorts of different criteria, and I'm just wondering if there's something of value to be gained from that. And there are people who could talk to us about that.
It's one of the reasons we do the 3-year partnerships, because that commitment shows other funders. So those are people with track histories. They have financial sustainability in the organization. They've, over the years have shown. So it's one of the reasons that 3-year partnership really gives them a leg up on other funding opportunities.
Okay, great.
Yeah. And it is complicated, Patty.
Yeah.
And
good.
Now we're
done.
getting to financial oversight.
We're getting there. Okay.
Which
let's
is
let's
even-
be there. So, all right, so fiscal oversight, one of the issues was around scoring the financial review. So there's an entire financial component of the application. We have them upload all of their financial documents. And a couple of the things that have come out year after year, the executive director salary comes out about what is an appropriate executive director salary and what should we be looking for.
Yeah, when your executive director's making 300,000 a year and they claim to not have enough money.
Right, right. Well, yeah. Yes.
Nobody in specific in mind when I said that.
There is, and we don't, yeah, so that's one. And then the other is the use of reserve funds and endowments and the ability of the organization to demonstrate need for additional funding. So that's going back to what we're talking about, right? If they have a huge cash reserve, why are they asking for further funding? And do we have a sense of why? So the recommendations are we are simplifying the financial summary information while prompting further narrative questions about the use of the reserve funds, as well as asking for the board policy. So that will help kind of put some of those guardrails in place. The other thing that we're going to do before we meet with the review committee is we're going to work with the National Council of Nonprofits to understand what a healthy nonprofit executive salary range is, depending that it can range depending on the size of the organization. You know, if you have a $35 million nonprofit, that CEO may be making more money than the, $500,000 nonprofit based on risk. And reserve funds to help provide those guardrails. And then the other thing that we're doing, and we did this last year and it was really helpful and we're going to continue doing this, is we're having internal financial staff review each of the applications and look for red flags. And that's all they're doing. They're not doing a full review like the Citizen Grant Review Committee. They're looking at financials only and saying, I'm trying to think some of the things that they said last year, like this organization wouldn't be an organization without the Healthy Community Fund. And just kind of flagging some of those things so that the Citizen Grant Review Committee has that in their hands while they're scoring, while they're going through. So I'll pause.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it would be helpful to have some criteria of like, are you sharing overhead? And I don't know how, like, what would need to be demonstrated for that, but
we include a question in the scoring about, and it's about sustainability and financial responsibility. And I can't remember it exactly right now, but it's about, are you collaborating with other organizations and partnering to resolve community issues or to attend to community issues?
oh, thank you.
And I don't know if that's enough. I'm happy to share that with you. I don't have it right now on me, but I think you're wanting to
I
go
guess I'm
even further
focused
with that.
more on really the overhead. And the assumption there is like in the greater landscape of, our nonprofits, would more money go to serve people if less money was going towards?
Administration.
Yeah, it seems like a fair assumption to make, and maybe a thing to encourage. And maybe we just ask it as a question and see what answers come back, and and that way we can start to really think about, well, should this be more of a criteria based on the responses that we get?
One of the ways to ask them is just who are their strategic partners in the community, with other nonprofits, for instance. Maybe that would be one way to get to it. And I was thinking, we've been talking about full-time employees and embodied carbon in their activities. And that might be a question also. We have a climate emergency that we've declared. Everybody who comes before us brings us a climate action plan. Why can't we ask them to tell us about, what is the carbon impact of their activities? Because I think it's an important question, but also it could get them thinking about how they can tread lightly, how they can combine forces. It's not the easiest question to ask. I'm not trying to create more carbon accounting, but it seems like carbon accounting is going to become part of everything. And it's very possible that if they're doing some activity which is just incredibly energy, carbon, commuter intensive, maybe that's not something we want to promote.
Well, and I don't disagree with that. Again, the concern is that's a tough question for us to answer at the county level. And we've been working
But
on
not
it.
so hard to ask.
No. But the fact is, that's another question they may go, God, it's one more. How do we, how do I, as my little organization, know the impact of my carbon footprint? But that being said, if we're looking at it as a possibility for core involvement with helping with carbon footprints, with, any
Carbon
of our
accounting.
local businesses, and we brought up nonprofits today, that may be something we want to consider in the future when we have an opportunity for them to get some kind of funding to actually look at their carbon footprint. Yeah. 'Cause right now, I don't want them to go out and hire a consultant for their carbon footprint with the money we're giving them to
Well, no.
benefit the
I'm
needs.
I'm just thinking, if they're planning to drive everybody in or commute them all in or fly them all in to do the activity that we're giving them money to do, that would be a question for me. It's like, we're paying to, burn that much more fuel.
When you if you think about doing that and want to craft a question, I think that is a broader discussion.
It's just for
the
discussion,
board.
yeah. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not sure quite how that would work, but I think it's important to know what are their activities and what is their impact on the community.
Yeah, Greg, I'm not questioning the importance of the question. I'm questioning the fact,
Complexity
are
of it.
they up to speed now to be able to answer that without us having a way to help them answer that question?
Exactly.
And maybe, we're also looking for ways to thin out the ask, right? We're looking at ways we're creating, a system for, choosing who gets the money. So that could
Yeah,
be part of it.
I wonder with the intergovernmental agreements that we have through the Healthy Community Fund, if that's a place where we can kind of start with that, to ask some of those as contract requirements.
Good suggestion.
Yeah,
Rather than as
'cause-
part of the actual funding.
yeah, because it seems like that's a place where we want to know.
But hopefully in the future,
of
we
that.
may have a way to help them, so that the funds from the Healthy Community Fund aren't spent in answering that. The Healthy Community Funds are actually going towards the issues that the Healthy Community Fund, the values.
Yeah, I think actually knowing what their carbon footprint is would help us put the money in the right direction.
I know, but I don't want to take money that is coming from the Healthy Community Fund to fund these organizations to
I
be
have
spent on the carbon
It
footprint.
feels like a
at this
little
point.
bit of like scope creep. Not that it's not an important question,
Right.
but like we didn't ask the voters, is this a criteria that you think is important
But we
to,
got to choose the criteria.
It's in the voter language specified, and that's not in there.
dole out the money?
Not saying that's not important, that's saying that we want to make sure the monies from the Healthy Community Fund are going to the voter language mandates, which are in here, and that maybe we have to look at another way to help the organizations we're funding to answer that question that Greg's posing.
Certainly something we'll keep
Yeah, for future
yeah.
discussion and further discussion.
Yeah, keep an eye on.
Okay,
Okay, the next issue, lastly, complicated grant recommendations. So because of the really uncertain landscape over the last 2 years of granting, in this last year, the CGRC was very conservative in the way that they made recommendations, leaving a pretty healthy fund balance for us, one of the healthiest fund balances that the Healthy Community Fund has seen. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. But we do want to spend that money. That's taxpayer money that's going for health and human services organizations. So what we're proposing as a recommendation is in coordination with the Board of County Commissioners, any unspent funds of the Healthy Community Fund should be prioritized to align with the BOCC and Health and Human Services priorities. Any approved budget supplemental to support nonprofits who did not apply in the original cycle will be asked to complete an application to receive the funds that allows the Citizen Grant Review Committee to have a full illustration of what the Healthy Community Fund. So that's really those kind of the mid-year or in the middle of the year where I think we did Mountain Voices maybe last year. We would be requesting that those, if we appropriate funding through the Healthy Community Fund, that it goes through the application process. Doesn't necessarily, you've already approved it, because that's, it ultimately rests with you, but that we have some, so that the Citizen Grant Review Committee can see this is where the money is going, and that it's being spent in responsible ways.
Well, I think one of the reasons we have a fund balance is for emergencies that come up outside of the grant review
Right.
time frame. So that if something comes up mid-year, it comes to the board and it's justified by saying, this issue just came up, this organization is set to deal with it, but we need funding, and we have. Is it mandated we spend down the fund balance to zero every year? I don't
It's
think
not.
so.
No,
Okay.
no, it's not.
I want to make sure, because it says, honored to spend down the fund every year, but I don't.
I don't
the very last
understand that
sentence on that
sentence.
page.
It's usually gone down to around 50,000, and this year
Yeah.
there's 450,000.
Yeah, and I think we did that on purpose because we didn't know what the future years were gonna throw at us.
Could
so.
you explain that bullet point to me? I'm still trying to get
About the bylaws?
Yeah,
will
they'll
be required.
revised.
That the priorities are honored to spend down the fund as is prudent and responsible. So what that means is that it doesn't necessarily mean you need to spend it down to zero, but that we should be we should be prudent and responsible in our spending with that, and try to avoid a $450,000 fund balance. I did connect with Connie on what's a healthy fund balance for us to consider. 2 months of operational expenses for us to have in there, with additional for what you're talking
Right.
about, Patty, for
Emergency
those
things.
organizations that. So for us, that probably lies around
I was
150,000.
gonna say, it's not 450, it's not 50, but
Right.
we're kind of asking the organizations to show us how they use their fund balances, and I think then we need to be looking at how we use ours.
Right.
Yeah, I'm thinking of things like wildfire, that we might have organizations that are helping people who've been subjected to wildfire, or, whatever. God knows we have enough natural disasters happening in the world now that you can probably expect one. So that would be a good reason to have some balance, because I'm sure that some of these organizations, that's what they do, is they help people who lost their homes or whatever.
Yeah.
Mental health issues for dealing
Yeah,
with
that.
There's some.
And, I think we saw that throughout the pandemic. We just never knew what anybody was gonna throw at us next. And we still don't know.
Well, and it was a good resource through the pandemic as well, but with the flush of CARES Act funding, we didn't see a high need for it. So it kind of grew. It grew, and it kept growing.
Right.
which is
That's not a bad
interesting.
thing.
Not necessarily, right? It's good, especially if we have an
Having the fund is
organization.
good. Having the need the fund, use the fund is not always good.
Having organizations that could have used more money and didn't
Yeah.
get it is not good.
Yeah.
Right.
Does it seem like we're getting you closer to creating a criteria that works without being too cumbersome? Or is this just gonna create too much?
So in
Complexity.
fact, we have simplified this tremendously over this year by going through this. It was because of this process that helped us go through the application first, get rid of stuff that has just kind of been added over the years and didn't really make sense with the current process. So the application is extremely simplified. We've had a couple of organizations test it for us, the application, and they said they're just saying that it's so much better. And then the reviewers as well, the Citizen Grant Review Committee, we have simplified it so that it's now only 2 categories that they're scoring in. And that was a request from the CGRC to make it more simple, because it's just been so cumbersome and a little bit unhinged. Like, it wasn't categorized very well, and it didn't have the guardrails that they were feeling like they needed. So this really helped us to do that. So to answer your question, I think so. We never know until it actually happens, and we go through the process, and then we go, oh, we thought that was going to work, but we might be coming back to you next year and saying, we tried it, but here's some
Sure.
more,
And that's
Can
okay.
evolve, yeah.
Thank you.
It's a moving target.
It really is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're so lucky to have something like this where we live.
We're one of the
That's
only.
the bottom line. This is just an
Yep.
amazing thing that we have.
Yeah.
And so thank you for all the work that you guys put into it and making it happen.
Are you able to share anything like trends you're seeing in the way the asks are coming in or the types of asks that are coming? I think there's a lot of really valuable data that could be gleaned from the sort of asks you get from, because you cover a large part of our community. It'd be interesting to just, if any things come up intuitively about what's happening. Is mental health an issue bigger now? It's kind of what I'd assume, but I don't.
Well, I think what we're seeing is how we organize around some of those. So our partnership with public health is growing in a really good way, where we're looking at mental health, some of the social determinants, food security, and understanding like what is the role of the Healthy Community Fund in some of these issues that are coming up, like mental health, where we have the Vital Mental Health Services contract, IGA, and we have detox, and we have, some of these bigger things. So it's causing us to ask some of those questions about what is the use then of, if we're funding it in this way, what is the use of the discretionary funding through the Healthy Community Fund? So I would say that's one trend that we're seeing. I don't know, the other thing is that we just implemented the new software last year, and the data, in full transparency, was not great. So that's why we worked with a results-based accountability consultant to really hone in on this, so that we can start pulling some of this data out and seeing what types of trends are we seeing, what types of requests are we getting, where in the goal areas are they requesting for, how much is going towards basic food needs, how much is going to, so hopefully over the next year or two, we'll start seeing some more of those trends.
And that'll also help us to ask for the correct data, so we can then input it.
Right. You can be a part of the early warning system.
Okay, Kelly.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Are you seeing, that's okay, are you seeing more or less like collaborative programming, during or after the pandemic?
I would say they are so diverse. I mean, there may be 400 nonprofits in the Valley, but we fund 70, and they are all completely diverse. And what they do, there's not a ton of crossover. I mean, it's sort of worked out that way that it's they may collaborate on certain issues, but what they do is really unique. Almost all of them do really unique programming, so it's hard to, like a shared overhead could be difficult, because a lot of them are smaller and they maybe run out of a house, someone's home, and just, it varies so much within the fund. So we usually see trends in the fall when they apply. We're like, oh, this is a new one. And then it starts, we'll see more than a few, and we're like, oh, what is happening? Yeah. I mean, you never know. It's...
Boulder County has a Healthy Community Fund similar to ours. It's the only other county in Colorado that does it. And the way that they, to your point, they fund a smaller number of organizations who are doing more collaborative partnership type work. And they can measure impact a little bit differently as well. So in the way that we've kind of done that with the IGAs, I think we're able to see that a little bit more shared overhead with Mountain Family and Mind Springs Health. We can see a little bit of that. But to Lisa's point, I think with the discretionary funding, kind of the pot that isn't mandated, it's hard. And if you have brilliant ideas, I'm open.
Spend the discretionary funds, I'm full of ideas.
How to spend the city's funds, we have even a better idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, programming.
Like take the whole chunk and build a homeless shelter.
That's already done.
I'm not sure that's allowed by the voter language, but it's a good try. All right,
Yeah.
we have a minute,
Woo.
but we're a little flexible, so do we have
That's
any wrap-up points from either side?
So what I heard a few things today just around recommendations that you all had that we'll take back, and we'll blend and braid some of these recommendations into our process, like for volunteers, changing the frame of the question to how does this enrich Pitkin County, to encourage volunteer engagement. What?
When you're done, I have a last burning question.
Okay, all right, let me get through these. Also, making sure that we include those the testimonials, both from volunteer and from clients.
And from those who benefit from this actual service.
Right, right. Is there further alignment that organizations we'll look at our questions and see if it's not already in there, And if it's not, maybe we'll think through how we might just add to a question that already exists or something, because we do have some questions around that about how are they solving to certain problems in the community in partnership with other organizations. So we can kind of dig into that a little bit as well. And
Which
what
would
did I miss?
include sharing overhead,
Right,
part of their benefit to the community.
right. And I think those were the big.
Okay, Kelly's last burning question.
I have one quick
Yep.
one.
Oh, you
Is
do?
this a bilingual application, and are we, encouraging applications from, minority-driven nonprofits, or do we look into any board composition or anything like that?
No, but that's a great idea. Even in the application itself, we could just for each question also put the translation next to each question. So that might be an easy way to do that. What we did do is we included a health equity question this year that's never been on there before, just about what as an organization are you doing to address health equity in the community when it comes to diverse populations and individuals who are vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage this process be available, for the Spanish-speaking organizations in our
Yeah.
community, and even when we promote the application open, period.
Yeah.
As well.
I think we talked to the software people initially about having it in Spanish, and I cannot remember.
We'll have to go
That
back.
was so
And then it would
long
be
ago.
important to have their responses in Spanish translated into English so that the members of the committee can understand what
it's gonna be a-
responses
a
are.
Have an
both ways.
interpreter. Yeah, you'd have to have
Gotta
an
go both
interpreter
ways.
at the, yeah.
Okay, Francie had
A really quick one on your financial summary cover sheet. I wonder why you don't have more under the expenses. You just have the executive director, but, a lot of these organizations have development directors and, financial people. And I would think a specific question about, that has other payroll and related expenses, but maybe specifically about staff and that kind of thing, so that you can get some sense of, when you're looking at this, well, how many people are we paying here? And, rather than just other payroll, a whole thing, I don't know, maybe it doesn't seem
Like
important to anybody
executive
else. but-
leadership, like maybe ask a question
a
just
range
about.
of any of the
Yeah, or
CEOs, or
just,
what's the range staff payroll?
staff
It-
or
that's
administration.
on one of the attachments, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it does. It shakes out. So when they attach their documents, then they're able to see. So that cover sheet is just to gain a glimpse, and then all of their financial documents are attached. So they'll be able to catch
Okay.
it. But I think what you're asking is so that they can see it in that.
How much
cover
is
sheet.
going to staff and administration? Because
Yeah,
that's,
that's in one of the attachments that they
Great.
have to attach.
And travel, right, for your.
Traveling? What's your, how
Where are
how
they
many
going?
miles? What kind of
That
car are you
is in their
driving?
budget,
Are you
so,
driving a
you know.
hybrid or a fully electric or
It's all
an old
there.
Jeep?
It is in the, they report on that line item. So we get all of their budget
Okay,
to see.
great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All
Very
right.
good. Thank
Anything
you.
else?
This was,
This is really, it's
is
it's
great.
great. Thank you for doing this. Nice
and
to see you.
if you have further questions or you want to bring anything back, let us know and we'll schedule you some more time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You all are amazing. Your brains, we couldn't do it without your brains.
Well, we couldn't do anything without you guys.
Half of one.
All right, so we are going to move to, and I think Kathy Hall is here with us. So let's move to our next item, which is the Motherlode Mercantile, the building. This is so the public knows we're not opening the Motherlode Restaurant again, which we would love to be doing.
would be fantastic.
But we're looking at how we're going to manage our deconstruction ordinance and what we're going to do with those products that are part of that. So Kathy, please, nice to see you guys.
Hi, yeah, we're not opening a restaurant. My only restaurant experience was Taco Bell when I was 16, so. But yeah, we're here today. I'm Kathy Hall, the Solid Waste Director. I'm here with Tyler Carvel. He is the Project and Compliance Manager here at the landfill. And Michael Port is in the office next to us. He is our Construction and Demolition Debris Specialist, Diversion Specialist. So we're here today to give an update on the Motherlode Mercantile Household Hazardous Waste Facility. That is our big project plans for 2022. There's been some shifting just because of the nature of COVID, construction costs, inflation have gone up. So we needed to come sit down, talk to you about what is going on with that facility and have some timelines have shifted. So I have a presentation to guide us, and I'm gonna share that. Okay, you can see that, great. So the Motherlode Mercantile Household Hazardous Waste Facility, what is it? Why can't I change the thing? Tyler, help me.
Michaela, can you help?
Oh, there we go,
We got it.
You would think by now I would have this down, but I don't. So project overview. So the Motherlode Mercantile Household Hazardous Waste Facility is going to be a permanent HHW facility. Currently, right now, the facility is in a temporary tent structure. It's been there for 8 years. So we do eventually need to get it moved inside to a permanent, better managed facility. The Motherlode Mercantile, that is going to be our enclosed drop and swap. So everybody who's familiar with the landfill now, we have our drop and swap area outside. It's an unprotected space. It gets weathered, material gets damaged. It's not managed, like I said, so things that shouldn't be over there get snuck in and dropped over there. So the Motherlode Mercantile is going to become a retail space to manage that really great stuff we get in here. It's going to take in architectural salvage, sporting equipment, furniture, landscape materials, building materials. So it's going to be very similar to Habitat for Humanity or Goodwill facility. The new building structure will be energy efficient. Currently, right now, it's going to take the place of the MRF building, we call it, and that's that green metal building structure here at the landfill. It is not energy efficient. It came to the site in 2006, I believe. It was a used building then. It came from Pitkin Iron, is what I understand, and is probably from the late 1960s, 1970s. So it was not a good candidate to just be remodeled into the HHW or Motherlode Mercantile. However, the new building will be a low profile structure, a better use of space. We plan on using the existing foundation that green MRF building sits on. We'll recycle that building once it comes down into our scrap metal program. No, I can't see. And then ship the recycling transfer area. We have that large recycling area that is that we use to transfer materials down to Denver. So with that, we are planning on building the Motherlode Mercantile, this new facility, with a state grant that we got, about $167,000. But now for the bad news, and I'm going to turn it over to Tyler to give you the bad news. Sorry, Tyler.
So we originally had been working towards a permit set with Shaw Construction and Menendez Architects. And we did an initial pricing exercise towards the middle of last month. And we'd originally budgeted around $2 million for this, including the grant. And the initial cost came in more around $6 million. And there's a couple aspects to that. Part of it's just the market right now. Part of it was a really kind of a poor timeline for bidding on our part. So we bid it in April, and pretty much everyone has already solidified their projects for the year at that point in time. So the people that were bidding on it were kind of just throwing a number at it they would make money at. So the plan now is to rebid that in the fall, kind of for work in summer 2023, and get a better idea of where that falls and definitely get a better price on it.
And so you expect, right, Kathy, so
Yeah.
you're looking for a direction from us whether or not to move ahead with the project at, what, $4 million increase, or just to think about doing it next year?
Our recommendation is, even if we had the $6 million in the budget, I wouldn't recommend it. Like Tyler said. Tyler said, I think if we go back out into the fall, rebid it, we can get the construction costs down. It'll allow us to clean up the contract. The Shaw Construction is currently, has the contract to do the work. It's been a wonky contract since the beginning of it, right, Tyler? So they'll give us a chance to rebid it, clean up that contract, allow us to value engineer down and get closer to that 2 million price point. So.
I think Greg has a question.
Two. The first one is, what can we anticipate the budget actually going down to if you have it bid in the fall? Something tells me it's not going to get anywhere near the 2 million. That was the first question. And the second one was, is the existing building something that someone else would buy and reuse rather than just put it in the recycle heap? Unless you mean recycling by repurposing the building for somebody somewhere else. I don't know if it's worth deconstructing and rebuilding elsewhere to someone.
I'm not sure if it'd be worth repurposing that. To say it's in rough shape would be a little bit of a nice way to put it. It's also not built on a flat foundation, so they would have to build a foundation that exactly mimics the building. I'm not sure that would be cost effective for someone. On the budget wise, I think the way we did the permit drawings was kind of our lofty goals, so to speak. So there's a lot of room to put value engineering in that. But even with that being said, I think we're more in the 3 to maybe very low 4s, even without that value engineering starting to take place.
So maybe a doubling, not a tripling.
Yeah, it's still pretty pricey.
Kelly has a question.
Would the infrastructure funding cover any of this? Since this is mostly a shovel-ready project?
John's thinking, so that's a good question.
I think
I like to spend other people's money.
Yeah, no, I think that would be something for us to look at the guidance on the infrastructure. Certainly, by rebidding and pushing the timeline out, I think it gives us a little bit more time to pursue those options. And I do think we're in a really volatile market right now, and so I do think there's a good chance that that price will come down as hopefully things settle down a little bit here with supply chains, labor, all of that. So we can look into that, Kelly. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a really good question for you, Kathy.
Yeah.
And Francie, I want you to help me with this. And Steve, it's a phonetic decoding question. Is it mercantile or is it mercantile?
I don't know. I always call it mercantile, but I'm from the Midwest, so I don't know if that's a function of language.
Just to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So, okay, I just had to make a note of that because
it could be whatever you want it to be.
Thank you. Yeah, Greg.
If financial economic conditions aren't quite right, how hard would it be to extend this further? Not to keep putting it off, but it might be that the best time to bid this out and build it would be during a recession, if we think we're going to be in one, rather than when things are so overheated and overexpensive.
So at the end of our design period, which is going to be end of this month, we'll have a fully completed set of drawings that we could go to permit for whenever. And we're not beholden to any contractor with those permit sets. So even if we take the drawings and we sit on them for 2 to 3 years, we'll be ready as soon as the market's ready for us to bid it out.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. So now that Tyler's done delivering the bad news, I'm going to go back into the good news. So
thank you,
as
Tyler.
I mentioned before, thanks, Tyler. So as I mentioned before, we have a state grant from the CDPHE, the Colorado Department for Public Health and Environment, and that was about $167,000 grant that we received. And one of the stipulations of the grant, the work had to be completed by June 30th of this year, 2022. So we went back to the state and we said, it's not going to happen. Sorry. Thank you for the opportunity. And then the weirdest thing, the state reached back out to us and said, well, hang on. You're not the only one suffering through these economic times and not being able to get projects completed. So the first time ever in these grant processes, they're extending it a year. And they said, we'll give you more money too. So it was the best call ever. So luckily, we're not going to lose the grant. It's going to extend out a year. So hopefully by next year, this time, we are well on our way to meeting our grant requirements.
So they're going to give us the additional $4 million?
No. Not that much, but
Okay.
yeah, if we needed some funding to whatever, we could ask for that and
Okay.
make a proposal for it, so. And so that was really good news. I felt like such a schmuck for not being able to fulfill that grant. Because it was a nice amount of money. But, and so the motherlode mercantiles are a really important piece of our construction and demolition debris diversion program. And so we planned a couple months ago, we thought, why not open it up in a temporary location here at the landfill? So we are moving forward with that. So we will have a motherlode mercantile or mercantile, however we want to phrase that, here at the landfill. So if you're all familiar, we have the old crew room building that's kind of sits catty corner to the scale house here at the landfill. It's been vacant for a year because the crew moved down to the new operations and maintenance building. So our plan is to have a soft opening of the motherlode mercantile on June 3rd. So we are moving forward with plans on that.
soon.
And you can see through the grant process, part of our grant was to develop a logo, website, get a point of sale system in place. So you can see our logo that's been designed. That's Jack Aspen, is we're calling him. Jack.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. So he is going to be our mascot for the facility.
Great.
And you're going to start seeing some low-key ads in the paper, and this is going to allow us to test out how the program runs. This is very new to us, this retail operation facility. So the last couple months, we've been working on getting that old crew room building, we're calling it, into shape for a store. If you'd been in there recently, once the crew moved out, it was a pretty horrible, disgusting building. So we brought in it was gross. We brought in a contractor, fresh coat of paint. We put some flooring down. We got the bathroom fixed up, new light fixtures. It's a nice space. Next to the building, we are using recycled asphalt millings from the airport and Brush Creek Road, and we've made a paved outdoor space. So the building will act as an indoor retail, and then the next to it, it will be anything that can handle the weather, outdoor patio furniture, sporting equipment. So we are working on that. That's a recent picture from yesterday, so it'll look better. In the next couple of weeks, we'll be setting up shop.
It looks pretty
We've
good.
got a
I know, we
point of
use it
sale.
for housing.
It looks great.
Everybody says that, goes in there like, well, I would live here. It's really nice. So I wasn't supposed to tell you that in case it was grabbed for employee housing. So the whole purpose of this building was eventually to become the education center. So it was budgeted this year to fix up anyways to make an education center. So once we get our building built, permanent facility, we'll transition the space into the education outreach center. So we host a lot of tours up here or workshops, whatever we want to use it for.
So let us know what time you're planning that soft opening. It's a Friday, I believe.
It's a
So
Friday,
We may have members of the board that would
7:30.
like to be there.
Yeah, we'll invite the press out. We'll have a little kind of ribbon cutting grand opening and.
Okay.
And will you have stuff in there for sale?
Yep. We've been stockpiling some good stuff and, we have some
So
good.
John, let's notice that for that Friday in case we have more than 3 members of the board that show up. Or more than 2 members of the board that show up. Thank you.
I love that logo.
I know it, and that's my nickname for my son. Not
Jack
Mercantile, but Jack Gaspin.
I was thinking you could,
We'll see how that plays. That was a risky maneuver I just did.
Kathy, there are a lot of big vacant construction sites in Aspen now. You could probably open a satellite mercantile in town and just come and bring the stuff here and leave it there. Some of these big empty, places have been demolished and never rebuilt, sort of thing.
Yeah.
I have a
Totally.
question for you. You know how the trashed appliances are not open for scavenging? Is that because they just have sharp parts and stuff like that, and you don't want people getting hurt?
It's really a liability issue, because they're electric gas, you know, we don't really have the staffing or manpower to check to see if it's operational or.
Oh, I see.
So-
Okay, yeah, I get that.
A lot of places, we were at the Last Chance Mercantile in Monterey. I stole the name a little bit. And they were selling appliances, but they had 20 staff people and they were able to check it out and test it and make sure, but.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. I get that.
Yeah, so we could eventually maybe get into that. It's just, I don't think starting off we want to do it.
Okay.
Another great feature, we worked with John Ely in the attorney's office. We can give a tax donation. So if you bring us money, like this, materials, you can get a tax write-off just like Habitat or Goodwill. So that's a really great option too. And everything will be very well priced. We have an inventory, our point of sale system has an inventory style system. So if materials, it'll be progressively discount as they sit on the floor for a while. I believe, Steve, last time we talked about this, you asked if we were still gonna have a free area. Yeah, I see that happening. I'm calling it the island of misfit stuff. So stuff that doesn't sell will eventually be moved out to the free area once it kind of goes through that discount cycle.
So you'll still have, people can still go out and scavenge in the free area then.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
an
I think
important, cultural thing here.
People love that. People love it.
Greg spends a lot of time there.
There was a time.
And it'll be well managed. Like now, if you come out here now, it's stuff like on a Saturday when there's only one scale house person working, people sneak all sorts of stuff in there that doesn't belong. So it'll be managed, it'll be watched over, and
Are you gonna make
very reasonable pricing.
T-shirts and hats with that great logo?
Yeah.
We do. Tyler reached for the bag. We have some couple promo items we've ordered. We have a nice canvas shopping bag with the logo. And we have water bottles. So yeah.
Recyclable.
Yep. All reusable,
Kids' hats.
recyclable stuff.
Greg has his hand up, so let's let
I
Greg
didn't-
jump in
Oh,
here.
no, I don't. Steve does.
I mean, Steve does. Sorry, Greg.
We look alike.
Thank you. So Kathy, just to make sure I understand, the people making the donation, that will be no charge to them. They're making a donation to the mercantile. Then the people buying the stuff will pay some amount for what they're buying and taking away. Is that what the system will be?
Exactly. And
And if someone has something that's crummy, it's not sellable, that has to go into the landfill or the metal recycling or wherever the appropriate place, and then they most likely will be paying for that to leave it at the landfill.
correct. So
Okay.
it'll be let's just it's like if you're going to Goodwill, they come out, they look at it, and like, nope, we're not taking this. It's broken, or yeah. And then we'll have the ability to charge them a trash receipt. So, sorry, you gotta take that up. That's a minimum charge, $15. So we're hoping to keep as many people off the scale as possible. So
Okay.
clear up that.
Great.
So yeah, what else about that? Yeah, and like Steve said, yeah, if you're donating something, the county, it's important to note, we don't appraise that value. That has to be the person donating the item, just like if you take in. We don't have anything to do with that. So,
Right, like the thrift shop. So, and then
Yeah.
we have staffing that we've already talked about in the past and allocated for. And we're gonna be using those staffing for multiple issues at the landfill, which I think is terrific. So when they're not busy, we will have busy work for them to do. I think that's perfect.
exactly. And we have hired the gatekeeper, which is we're proposing a reorganization here. So that was the additional allocated position we got through the budget cycle. That person has been hired. She'll be starting at the end of May. It's going to be a rotational. So if they're not working at the scale, they'll be scheduled Motherlode Mercantile again. So that just breaks up the monotony of working on the scale all the time.
That's
and
great.
Gives some extra coverage. We are in the process of hiring a supervisor, a retail supervisor, I believe is what it's called. That was the additional position also allocated during the budget cycle. That job opening just closed on Sunday, so we'll be reviewing applications to fill that position.
Great.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
When's the party?
June 3rd, Friday, June 3rd.
June 3rd. We'll have a little grand opening. I don't want to be
Barbecue,
because
live band.
that's great. I'm hoping to get a donkey out here, so a real live one. So if anybody knows where a donkey, I can get a donkey.
Oh, I know somebody.
So do I, but it's mine. Okay. Any other questions from the board or comments, Kathy, from you or your staff? Thank you guys for being with us today.
Yeah, because we have 45 minutes. John Peacock wouldn't let me get away with 15, so I don't know what I was thinking. I never get out of here in 15 minutes. It's just a couple quickie updates on kind of where we're at, just on the landfill. And Michael's here if you got C&D questions, but our revenues are up 5% from last year to date. MSW, that's the general household trash, that's about equal to last year. C&D is down 18%.
What is?
But diversion items like concrete are up. We've had some big projects where they've ground the waste. We count that as a diversion. That is up as well. So I think we're still seeing the same amount of stuff. It's just getting diverted better. Good news is our C&D waste diversion through our ordinance. We're at a 74% diversion rate for construction demolition debris. So our program, the Green Halo, the ordinance is working really well. And then our north expansion, that's our lateral expansion that was completed a few months ago. We will likely start filling that in 2 to 3 weeks. And we'll also have a ribbon cutting. We're going to do a ribbon cutting for the first trash truck that comes through and dumps. So we have to get a rental dozer. It requires a special dozer to be on that new line cell. The one we purchased this year was due in June. It's now, Fleet told us it's due in November, December. So Fleet has done a great job and has gotten us a rental dozer so that we can start filling that cell. It's ready to go.
Great. Okay, any other questions here for any of the issues at the landfill? John, do you have? Okay, and I noticed that Mr. Pettit was on. Brian, did you have anything, or if you're still there?
Yeah, hey, Patty, thanks for asking. The only thing I would add is that staff is working with the City of Aspen and the Town of Snowmass Village for them to write their own C&D waste diversion ordinance. And any help the elected officials of Pickens County can provide from that standpoint would be greatly appreciated. I think to really have great bang for our buck is to have the City of Aspen approve basically a mirror of what the county has in place. That would really help us divert more and more construction and demolition debris.
Yeah, that's a good point, and we'll see what we can do to help you out with that, Brian. And Steve, I'm going to give you time here again.
Kathy, one quick question. In the north expansion, you put in a membrane of some kind. Is that then protected by a layer of dirt so that when you start filling it, you're not potentially puncturing the new membrane?
Exactly. Yeah, so it's been engineered. It's a modern day landfill because this landfill we're currently at is from the 1960s. It was truly a dump. I'm not allowed to call it a dump anymore. But so yeah, it is lined with a geomembrane. It has a leachate, that's the liquids that leach through the garbage. It has a leachate collection system, and it has a soil cap on it. So the tricky part about the expansion is we can only put soft trash on. That's the MSW. We cannot put construction demolition debris on. So we need a 4-foot layer of trash, soft trash or wet trash, they call it, before we can put CND. So it's going to be a tricky, probably first year, because we're going to have 2 working phases. We're going to have the construction demolition debris in its current landfill cell with the compactor truck trash going down below in the expansion.
Okay, great.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. You had to somehow do it carefully because you didn't want to puncture the membrane.
Mm-hmm.
I remember questioning what the definition of soft trash was. Was it just fluff or was it, yeah, so thank you again for defining that.
It's your regular garbage.
All right.
Oh, and one other thing, interesting thing, a few weeks ago, I don't know if this came up, I haven't been in a meeting since. So the expansion kicked us into an NSPS Title V. That's the air emission study. So those are federal regulations. And so we were required to do essentially a landfill gas emission study, a greenhouse gas emission study to see if it would kick us into a greenhouse or a landfill gas collection system. So the good news is it came back at 6.34 megatons a year, what we're currently generating. Every landfill generates gas. It's the organic matter breaking down. So at 6.34 megatons a year, the trigger that would throw us into a gas collection system is 34 megatons a year. So we are well below greenhouse gas emissions. And there's a couple of factors. We're small landfill. It's our organics diversion. So that is really helping us a lot, our compost program, and getting that material out of the landfill. So that's really good news.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for that. And so I think the direction from the board is to not have this done in a month at $4 million over budget, and that we'll look forward to seeing what the new RFP process comes back at for where we're going to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
All right.
All right. Thanks, guys. Nice to see all of you.
Yeah, it's good seeing you.
All right. So next on our agenda is a break, but I see that we have, we might be able to, Dave, we might be able to move you up. It's okay with the board to prep for our EOTC meeting? Or does the board feel that we need to take a break now?
I don't need a break.
Okay. Since we already have you in the room, sir, please.
Well, David, I'm not going to be there. It's another wolf meeting.
She says with glee.
I only have 5 more. So.
Get this started. I don't have any fun logos to share, unfortunately.
That'll be a tough one to beat.
It is a tough one.
That was pretty clever. Seems like we just had
Didn't
a
we
very
just-
lengthy EOTC meeting, and I'm like,
Treat.
is this already, are we already back again? So,
They're all clustered together the first part of this year. So after this, our next scheduled one is until October. So
Oh,
we've
I'll
got-
probably be able to go to that one. Maybe.
So we are kind of condensed at the first part of this year, just the way the scheduling worked out. But it does look like we're working here. So this meeting is the preparation meeting for the May 26th meeting. I am, for those online, I'm Dave Pesnichek, the Regional Transportation Administrator for the Elected Officials Transportation Committee. A few items I'd like to cover today as we do at prep meetings. First, I'd like to run through the logistics for the May 26th meeting, take any corrections for the March 24th EOTC meeting, which was the last regular meeting that we had, and review the action items coming up for the May 26th meeting and those staff recommendations, which includes the Brush Creek Park Ride to ABC and Aspen Trail Connection and that follow-up from the March meeting, as well as HOV lane enforcement. I'm also able to take any questions that you might have on the update items within the packet. But looking at the May 26th meeting, this will be hosted by the Town of Snowmass Village. So it will be a hybrid in-person virtual meeting. in the Town of Snowmass Village Council Chambers. It'll be starting at 4 p.m., our normal start time. You should have seen the link within the packet that was sent out. I think it was about a week or so ago. And I'll resend that link again a day or so before the meeting, just in case so it doesn't get lost in your email. But did want to see who's planning on attending and whether you're planning on attending in person or virtual. So we
I'll
can
be
plan
there in
accordingly.
person, so. Kelly?
Yeah, I'll have to attend virtually because I'll have to get on another meeting at 6 virtually.
Okay.
Greg, you have any idea?
I'm right now planning to be there in person.
And
If
Francie,
you-
you could always join us by link after.
Well, if you need me for a quorum, I will stay in Divide, Colorado until after the meeting like I did when I was in Meeker. If you have a full quorum, I wouldn't mind hitting the road and heading home, but I'll just wait to hear from you
And
then.
Greg, and Steve kind of can't for some reason. Steve?
I plan on being there in person.
It's his river trip stubble.
I know it's that scruff on his face there. All right, so you've got
Should
us
I let
there.
it keep growing or shave it off?
Leave it.
Keep it going.
Leave it on, leave it on.
So it's up to Molly.
I know, those are wives' decisions.
Yeah, those are not our decision. Okay, so we've got that done for this page.
Yeah, so Francie, right now it looks like we would have a quorum, but I'll let you know if for some reason we're approaching not
Okay.
having one.
That'd be great.
So moving on then to the March 24th decisions reached. We had 2 action items, as you may recall from that meeting. The first one was the Brush Creek Park and Ride to ABC Trail. SJM provided an extensive presentation on their feasibility study and requested follow-up, which we'll review here at the May 26th meeting, and I'll go over here in a couple slides briefly. Also approved the standards for review of access through the Brush Creek Park and Ride. So those were the 2 action items that we had on March 24th. If you have read it and have corrections, I can take those now. If you haven't and do before May 26th, feel free to email those to me. But
I have most of it printed out, but I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to review the documents yet. I'm working on it.
the packet itself for May 26th does include the feasibility study from SGM in there as an attachment, which makes it a pretty lengthy looking document. If you would like a copy that has that taken out for printing purposes, I'm happy to send that to you.
I don't print anything, so it's
Okay.
fine by me.
Neither do I.
All right. Moving on then to the action items for May 26th. So the first one is the Brush Creek Park and Ride to ABC Trail. And just real briefly, as a reminder, this is a partnership project at this point with Picken County as lead, Picken County Open Space and Trails as lead, the City of Aspen Parks and Open Space, and the EOTC. The review team does include staff from each of those organizations, and the outcome at this point has been that feasibility study that SJM presented out to you on March 24th. That was put together in 2021 and early 2022. The purpose, just as a refresher, was to identify technically feasible hard surface ADA accessible trail connections between the Brush Creek Park and Ride, the AABC. The direction that we received on March 24th was to put together an outline of the public process and the anticipated steps forward for additional information. So the outcome that we're looking for on May 26th is administrative direction to move into that public process, as well as that looking at that additional information. So that's the piece that has been added since the March 24th meeting, is really including that additional information phase and that study side as well. But I will go through that in more detail on May 26th, and we'll also have Gary Tenenbaum and Austin Weiss there to answer questions on the open space side as well. But I'm happy to answer any questions you have on that as you review the packet.
I do have a question about that. So,
Go ahead.
Okay.
So if we go into this public process and the public says, yes, we really want this trail, we want the one down by the river, or whatever they decide, or I don't know how exactly it's going to go, does that mean it's a given that it's going to happen?
If the public decides?
If the public says, yes, we really want this, it looks great, blah, blah, blah.
The plan now is we would take that input and we would bring it back to the Picken County Open Space and Trails Board and the City of Aspen Parks and Open Space Board, obtain recommendations from them that would then come to the EOTC for your review. So the thinking now is that you would be the ultimate decider, if you will, as to whether it goes forward or not. But I think another big piece that needs to be considered as well is funding. So that's something that you'll see as a part of the additional information that we need to gather in terms of what grants and other funding opportunities are available. But I think the direction from you as elected officials and that funding component are the two
Okay.
linchpins,
So
if
the
you will.
public process is advisory to the next advisory board that then is advisory to the EOTC for the decision-making. And then on the funding decision. I think we're good.
Any other questions? All right, well, moving on to the next action item. This is the HOV lane enforcement. As you recall, this is coming up on May 26th. It was scheduled to be on this meeting as a part of the 2022 work plan, and it was placed there as a result of the near-term transit improvement program that was adopted the previous July. And so this was identified as a Tier 1 priority, and it was identified as a Tier 1 priority because it was important as a lead up to the implementation of a rideshare app, which was identified as Tier 2. So the HOV lane enforcement and having an effective program really sets up that carrot incentive, if you will, for people to utilize the rideshare app. That's what we gathered from the two studies that led to that near-term transit improvement program. So as a little bit of background on the HOV lane itself, real briefly, it was approved as a part of the BOCC to Aspen, or BOCC to Buttermilk Record of Decision that was approved by Federal Highways, and it was constructed between 1996 and 2004. So it's been in place for a little while now. And the HOV lane itself, in terms of the criteria to use it, as I think you're all aware, it's not in effect 24 hours a day. It's in effect Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. up valley and 3 to 6 p.m. down valley. You do have to have 2+ occupants in order to qualify. Children do qualify as occupants for this lane, and in addition, motorcycles and alternative fuel vehicles are able to ride in this lane with only 1 occupant. So we do have those already in place. Those are the existing parameters for the HOV lane itself. And then looking at the memo, and I'll go through this in a lot more detail on May 26th, but it looks at 3 different options. One is increasing sheriff and or Colorado State Patrol staffing or funding for overtime in order to enforce the HOV lane. The option 2 was automating the verification and or enforcement mechanism, and 3 was driver's education. And the outcome that we're looking for from the May 26th meeting is really that initial direction to start developing that plan throughout the summer, and then come back to you for any necessary funding as part of the budget process in October for implementation in 2023. So that's what you'll see there in terms of the staff recommendation is really moving forward to develop that plan with Colorado State Patrol and Pickens County Sheriff's Office to get that started.
Are they the only organizations that could do that from like a human-centered option? You know, could you have a private security company do that?
It does need to be one of the public law enforcement officers because they would be issuing citations.
But we couldn't like delegate, similar to how we delegate like rangers for open space or something?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, we did have that conversation to see if there could be a limited deputization or such, and because so many other things can happen on a traffic stop, I believe that the Sheriff's Department really felt strongly it's more appropriate to have a post-certified officer.
Like road rage kind of things?
All kinds of things happen.
Yeah.
I will
no
say,
seatbelt,
in some of my deeper diving into like criminal justice philosophies, there is some challenges to whether, you know, criminal justice activities should be expanded out, you know, in a more peacekeeping type of operations rather than having to rely on always the certified sheriffs or whatever to do those activities. So that's why hearing that and learning from that is why this came.
Sure, and that would probably be a larger conversation with
Yeah.
our sheriff's department, because they would have to do the deputization. We don't get to do that, unfortunately.
Sure.
And Dave and I have already talked about the fact there will be somebody representing the Sheriff's Department attending this meeting, either there or virtually. And they've been in contact with Colorado State Patrol as to the same participation.
I have heard back from Colorado State Patrol since we last spoke, so I am expecting representation from Jared Rapp from Colorado State Patrol and Alex Burchetta from the
Okay.
Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
Well, I just noticed I didn't realize that alternate fuel vehicles can use the HOV lane.
I
For some
didn't know
reason,
that
I
either.
had forgotten that. So that's something yeah, I know. You could use
Is
the
that
HOV
really in
lane all
there?
by yourself. You and Blue.
Are you sure that's in there?
It's on, right, didn't you? Yes, right in there. We just saw that. We should promote that. I think that's something we should toot the horn about,
The
more-
Tesla lane?
Get people to take electric vehicles. Well, electric vehicles are coming online. We're trying to encourage it. This is an
You think that lane is faster?
I'm gonna
HOV
say they're-
lane? Well, there are times when it probably is, but the thing is, right now, since it's not enforced, it doesn't really matter that much, but I think that's something for people to look forward to. They used to offer free parking for electric vehicles in Aspen, and I think that certainly got people's attention.
Until all
So-
the parking places in Aspen were filled up with energy efficient vehicles.
We
And then the
wish.
city
We
reconsidered that
wish.
decision. They were
Anyway.
losing massive amounts of parking revenue.
And we'll talk about this more on May 26th, but I think what you bring up is actually a good point in terms of how the vehicles are evolving. And you can't necessarily easily tell the difference between an alternative fuel vehicle anymore and a regular vehicle.
It's a hybrid, right?
Right.
And it's going on electric. At the time you pull it over, then it's electric, right?
California, you have to have a sticker on your vehicle to use the HOV lane to designate in your
Right,
cars.
Right.
So that is one of the challenges that we'll talk about.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Patty?
Yes, Steve?
David, what is the status of developing the phone app for people to do the ride sharing? And also, it seems to me that there's going to be a lot of backlash if this is starting to be enforced when other stuff hasn't been put in place. And I'm thinking if there could be free RAPTA service from Down Valley and the ride app sort of in place as incentives to get people at the same time as the lane enforcement is happening, because there's going to be an outcry from a lot of members of the public. And also, I am really concerned about, and I'll say it again, from Brush Creek to Basalt, you're going to have pickup trucks going 75 up to 75 miles an hour in the right-hand lane if then it is enforced, and they're going to be weaving in and out, going over to the other lane and back and forth like happens now. It's not a safe situation down there. So we really need to think this thing through, I think, before, as part of the whole process and the discussion on, how is this going to be enforced, and how can we incentivize people to use other means to get to town besides driving their own car with only one person in it.
Well, I think the fact it's part of the record of decision, so the fact we haven't been enforcing it for how many years now? A long time. People have kind of gotten away with it for X amount of years. And as far as the speed limits, the fact if we have more officers out on the highway, I think it's not going to take very long for people to realize that speed limits are going to be enforced more, and unsafe driving issues like changing lanes, et cetera, will also be enforced more. So for me, overall, I think it's probably better management of Highway 82 for those public safety issues.
Well, the sheriff's car that was parked near the airport for a while, I didn't see it today, but it was there every day for a while. It definitely impacted
He's
people.
pulling people
Oh,
over.
yeah.
Yeah, they're pulling people over now.
And I'm seeing them more and more up and down the highways, so that's a good thing. Kelly?
Will you be able to request or present data on some of the safety concerns? I think they'll come up in this conversation.
Safety concerns, if we did start enforcing
Related
our
to
current safety.
speeding and what they know now.
Mhm. I think that Jared and Alex will be able to shed some light on that.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
I had a question. This is something I talked to John about earlier. Just the idea of free bus service is something that I would love, and I've been promoting it as much as I can. But the reality is, we don't have enough bus drivers to even think about it this summer as much as we'd like to, even if the state funding comes through, according to RAFTA on the board that I sit. So one of the priorities for me, I'm just wondering if we see low-hanging fruit, that we could provide free bus service if we can find enough drivers and housing to put them in. Does that become a low-hanging fruit we should be aiming for, and is that something that EOTC could work on or have an influence on?
Getting bus drivers?
Helping RAFTA incentivize people to apply to be bus drivers. We're down 35 bus drivers.
But I haven't heard anything about not doing the free bus fare as a result of it.
Oh, yeah, if they can't get the bus drivers, they're going to actually have to cut back service this summer, and that's...
Yeah, they are going to cut back services, but I didn't hear them say they were going to cut back the free fare program.
The free fares that are already happening are not going to be cut back, but the talk was about free service all the way up and down the valley.
Right, well, we'll find out on Thursday.
Yeah, that's a wrapped-up discussion first.
Right. The state funding looks like it's there.
But Greg's right, we don't even have enough bus drivers now to service the needs now.
So the question was,
for buses.
If it becomes, if that became a way to actually tackle a problem with, if it would really make a difference, if free bus service made a big enough impact, should we be thinking about focusing energy on that?
I think right now we're just focusing on whether or not we're going to enforce the HOV lane, which is required by the record of decision, and how we're going to do that, because we may have to use funding to fund the sheriff and state patrol for more officers up here.
Maybe required to do that to meet the record of decision, right?
Right. And in terms of, our ability to assist RAFTA, I think that we're doing that to more or less the maximum extent that we can right now. We already allocate 81% of our sales tax revenue to them directly.
John said that was about 23 million already.
It could be. I haven't received the latest from Connie.
23 million already this year?
Annually.
Annually.
Yeah. So I think that there's funding opportunities, but as a committee where we have that availability of that tax revenue, that is really what we're able to provide.
That's all we
to
can
them.
do anything with.
After that, it's really in RAFTA's hands, and it was the OTC that really got the Aspen, Snowmass, Woody Creek no fare service going, and we funded that for a long time, and that was just handed over to RAFTA this year. So I think there's ways that we can engage on that in terms of funding pilots that could eventually become mainstream.
Great. Glad to hear you say that.
Okay, next item on our EOTC.
That is the last I have for action items coming up for May 26th.
Does anybody have any other items do we have a future business section of that agenda that the board can be thinking of, or what else can we do to help you with the meeting?
I think just, read the packet and let me know if you have any questions.
Okay.
But I think that the bulk of the discussion will be on the HOV lane enforcement. I think that my perspective so far has been really we need to start making the best use of the tools in the situation that we're already in,
right.
And start making incremental steps from that point. So to Steve's question in terms of the app, that has been prioritized right now as a tier 2, hinging on the HOV lane enforcement. So we haven't made any progress on that so far. I think that is potentially quite a large project, and the feedback that we got from the 2 studies was you need to have the HOV lane up and running before you start the app. But I'm fully recognize where you're coming from, Steve, in terms of, maybe we should, ideally they would both come out together. I just don't think that we've got the capacity to be able to roll them out simultaneously at this point.
Okay.
It doesn't look like Brian is still on, but I just wanted to remind you about that low spot in the road that you said you'd talk to Brian about, and I have talked to Brian, and because it is still incredibly dangerous, that place where all the water gathers.
Oh, okay. This is outside of the EOTC.
No, it's not. We talked about it before. And
I don't think
anyway.
EOTC can fix the state highway.
No, but he can talk to Brian, and I thought maybe Brian would still be on. But
I did pass that along to CDOT.
Oh, great.
And they said that their belief was that it was clogged drains, which was causing the water backup. If it's still backing up, I can let them know.
Well, we haven't had rain
my understanding that
for,
they
so
had
we don't.
corrected it, but I can definitely reach out to them.
Okay.
Okay, Kelly?
Thank you.
Yeah, if we have a few minutes, I'm not sure I ever thanked you for the Buttermilk Park and Ride signs, which are out.
I
and
thought we were
up
gonna have
there.
a ribbon cutting for that.
And I do wonder about the use of buttermilk for this summer. I think we normally get some sort of report about if that's being, portions of that are being reserved differently for either construction, parking, and staging and things. I don't know if that's an EOTC thing or just a county.
That has historically been Brian and Mitch that have really spearheaded that. I'd have to circle back with Brian now that Blake's in the position. I'm not too sure exactly
I'd
where
be curious
that
if
is
there's
right now.
any, if we're hoping for some increased usage there.
Well, I
once
think the
signs are
construction
up.
you're seeing there is on the section that's governed by the ski
No,
company.
no, but
that
there's usually portions of it that are kind of like held for construction
Right in the
staging
back,
happening
in the
in town,
backside.
you know, not. And so I'm wondering what the programming is for the parking
Yeah,
this
we can ask Brian to give a report that's administered through an IGA with the city parking department. It may be a little early. I know we're starting to see more activity. I have a feeling that we'll know more probably in June or July what the actual utilization is. But you're right. We usually reserve out parts and then move barriers around and
It's
that
in the
sort of
back
thing.
section of
So
that.
we can ask Brian for that.
But I think when you see all the construction activity, that's all on the ski company's portion that's managed by the ski company.
That's my understanding right now, yeah.
Yeah, but they may be utilizing some of that back portion, which is what Kelly, I think, is wondering how we're gonna manage that. Greg?
Correct. Just the question, are we going to see at the May 26th meeting, the discussion about the AJC proposal for the access through the park and ride? Is that that's gonna be coming up again too, right?
I have not heard anything back from them since the last meeting, so that is not currently on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda yet,
Yeah.
okay.
So once I hear back from them and we have a chance to review whatever that next proposal is, that will then be scheduled for you.
Got it, okay.
So the other question is there a free Snowmass concert that Thursday? Because that's always been an issue with people who go to Snowmass and getting to the concert, but I don't think they've started yet.
That is why I scheduled this meeting in Snowmass, in case there was overlap, but to be honest, I haven't checked the concert
June, yeah.
I think
schedule
they
to
start
see
in
if there
June, so I
is.
think you're good. Because that's always been an issue in the past. If they had to come to a meeting here, we didn't see anybody from Snowmass.
If you sit there long enough, we might come up with some other things for you to think about.
That have nothing to do with the OTC meeting, but just because we've got you as a captive audience.
Exactly.
All right, so I think we wrapped up this item, unless, Dave, you have,
I think the only other thing I wanted to update you on, and this is in the packet as well, is that we do have a potential vendor for a food truck out at Brush Creek Park and Ride.
Thank you.
Yay.
We are at the final stages now of trying to get the lease signed. So we're just waiting on signatures at this point, and then hopefully they'll be able to mobilize and be out there.
Is the lease from the vendor? You mean sign with them or with everyone else who needs to sign?
So we did a little shuffling with CDOT, and CDOT allowed the city of Aspen to sublet instead of Aspen actually being the leaseholder, which saved us probably 2 to 3 months. So it's between, the lease is between the vendor and the city of Aspen.
Got it.
Who's the vendor?
I'm
I don't know if
hesitant
we
to throw it out there right
Can't
now because
tell
we're
us yet.
not
Okay.
under lease yet, but I will let you know as soon as I can.
Okay.
A local company.
It is local. I could say that they're currently in Glenwood Springs.
Got it.
and what is
Okay.
their
I think I know
carbon
who they
footprint?
are.
Could similar programming like that be
And do they drive an electric?
matched at Buttermilk?
We're gonna have fumes and.
Would it follow like the same process?
We haven't looked into a food truck at Buttermilk. There's a separate IGA for that lot that would need to be evaluated. I don't believe that is currently permitted
I
under
mean, they
that
have
IGA.
the farmer's market truck.
That's on the
out
ski
there.
company parcel.
Yeah.
Oh,
But-
right.
Is
Yeah,
it
that's
farmer's,
on the
I
ski
thought it was just one
The
vendor.
fruit- It's a fruit stand.
Yeah,
Or
fruit
both.
stand, that's it.
But that's on the fruit veggie stand, but that's on the ski company.
Yeah, sorry, I'd
Yeah.
forgotten about that.
I guess there's lots of requests in the community for affordable food. And so I've wondered if we could do like a food truck Friday at Buttermilk or something. So maybe if we get a report on that programming, we can start thinking about those kind of things.
And that's, so then everybody from Aspen has to drive to Buttermilk, which.
Well, but you can't eat in Aspen. So
I know, that's what I'm
instead of
saying.
driving into Aspen for me to not afford food or go to the Elks, I could take my bike over to Buttermilk.
Or I can drive to
Or
Buttermilk
others.
and pick up my food to drive back to Aspen, but that's a good thought, though, but I don't know if our,
You can eat in
There's a
Aspen if you
need.
don't mind going to the same two restaurants every single time.
You can also take the bus.
But then I have to cross without the underpass at Owl Creek. Okay,
We're working on that.
I know, that's so exciting.
Thank you.
Thanks,
not gonna
David.
happen in
Yeah,
our
thank you.
lifetime. All
Yes,
right.
it is. I intend to live to be very old.
Okay, well then, I'm gonna wait and watch you.
Okay.
All right,
What's next?
you ready? Are we going good? We can either take a break now, or we can do future agendas, and then, I don't know, if John, we can tell people from Patty Kravitz and maybe Alex that we're moving ahead, or,
I'd take a break now if I could. That's all
okay.
right.
But anybody who's waiting to come in late, tell them to come in early.
So I just
Well,
asked
we can
John.
always do
an hour
board
ahead.
open
Okay, we're gonna
discussion.
take 10, grassroots, we're gonna take 10 minutes, thank you.
Thank you.
10 minutes, guys, 3:10, we will be back and ready to go. Welcome back. This is Tuesday, the 10th of May. It's the Board of County Commissioners work session agenda. And we are kind of jumping around on the last part of our agenda here. And Patty from Senior Services, thank you so much for jumping on with us. And we are going to let you go now because you're here.
Okay, sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thanks. Hopefully this will be very quick. We are just the Senior Council is requesting a change to their bylaws. The bylaws currently state that after serving a 4-year term, council members will retire from the board for 1 year before reapplying to rejoin the board. And they are asking to change that and just simply say that members serve for a 4-year term. And that would allow them to immediately apply for renewal without needing to take that required year off.
And thank you for bringing it, because we just talked about that at the thank you luncheon we had at with Senior Services just a couple weeks ago. And so this is a quick turnaround. I really appreciate it. It is on the board's regular agenda for first reading tomorrow at our regular meeting. So Patty's just joining us today, just see if we have any questions or anything more we might want for our hearing tomorrow. I think it's great. I think it's something we've been talking about doing for a while, so I'm glad that the board's going to be considering moving this forward tomorrow. Is anyone else? Kelly?
Yeah, I think I was on the board when we revisited this, but I'm wondering, is it to help to keep continuity, or are we not seeing a lot of applications for open spots?
Yeah, and I think we are not seeing a lot of applications for open spots right now. We have had a few good, strong board members join in the last few years, but particularly I think COVID exacerbated the challenges that the board was having recruiting new members, and including some current active board members who are so busy with work due to staffing shortages and other issues at their places of work that it creates additional challenges. So we're just looking to enhance participation and retain the good continuity with some active council members. They want them to be able to continue being active without having to step aside.
Okay. Good question, Kelly.
Combination of things.
Steve, did I see you had your hand up?
Yeah, I was going to just kind of say the same thing, that this would leave the decision up to the person. They could always resign or always not renew if they feel like they need some time off. So this leaves the choice up to them if they want to continue serving. Because the council has lost some pretty good and active members who take the year off and then they end up not necessarily coming back. Some of them do come back. And they've done that more than once. Several members are very faithful, but it leaves the option up to them. You know, we have people serving on the P&Z board and Open Space and Trails board for many, many terms, and they're happy to continue serving. So this just gives senior council members that same opportunity. If they want to keep serving, let's keep them on the board and keep them engaged.
Okay. So we will be seeing this tomorrow for a decision and a vote to move it forward. So any other questions for Patty? Yeah.
Just a quick question, Patty, just regarding outreach to the community. I always get concerned that we're not going to have enough citizens stepping up to get on our advisory boards or participate. And considering we're such a high volunteer, we take such pride in being a volunteer-oriented community, it makes me really nervous if people just assume others are going to take care of this for them. And senior services is so important, but so many other things are. So I just want to just let us know if we need to be doing more table pounding or banging the drum to get more people to sign up.
Well, you can always keep us in mind when you're talking to citizens about, engaging in different ways, and we're certainly putting the word out wherever we can, whatever avenues we can.
Especially, I
Thank
think, letting the young people know that Senior Services Board isn't just for seniors. That we would love
Good
to
point.
have, we love to have the young people on there. Kelly, please?
Yeah, this isn't just related to the Senior Services Board, but a suggestion came to me recently that I thought it merited some discussion, not necessarily right now, but I'll put it in your brains, that perhaps if we were to provide a stipend for some of the board service, that it would allow for other people to apply who maybe need childcare that they would have to pay for, or are hourly workers and would have to take time off. And so I think that, perhaps that is something we could chew on and see how that might affect, diversity of applications or volume of applications to our citizen boards.
And how we would fund it. Yeah. So that's a broader discussion, and I think something we talked about years ago, parking, paying for parking, especially for people from P and Z, was always tough. And the fact we've saved money, because I don't think we feed P and Z anymore. We used to buy them sandwiches. But yeah, so that's, John, we're gonna stick that in our brains for a future discussion.
Thank you.
And Patty, thanks for coming on board here.
Thank you very much for your time.
Any other, before I let you leave, I think we're good?
Could I ask her,
Yeah.
just send me a link to the solicitation for board members if you have it. I'm just looking on the website and I
Sure.
can't find anything. So maybe I'm fumbling around here. But if you've got a social media ad or something we could post, I'll certainly spread that around.
Will do.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and thanks, Patty. Nice to see you again so soon.
You too. Thanks.
I'm going to move us, since I see Alex is here for our CPW human bear. Do we have human bears now? Human bear conflict?
Absolutely. Thanks, Patty. Alex Burchett, I'm the undersheriff of the Picken County Sheriff's Office. It's nice to see everybody this afternoon. I am actually going to very quickly turn this over to our community response officer, Tara Alabrandi, who has far more information than I do on this topic. But we are here to talk about some human-bear interface issues, and an opportunity for some funding and grants, and some opportunity for us to do something about this. So Tara, I will turn it over to you.
And Tara, welcome. This is your first, I think, appearance before the board. Tara is.
It is, yes.
She moved
I got
into
really
this
dolled up
position. You look great.
in the car.
When Riri moved out. So please, go ahead. Let us know what we can do to help.
Well, thanks for making the time to listen about this. CPW and the state of Colorado really is where.
Uh-oh, we're losing her. She's freezing up on us.
Turn off your video.
You might have to turn off your video so you get more power to just the audio.
For the year.
Better.
Okay, awesome. So the has set aside $1 million in grant money for human bear conflict issues. So a lot of our mountain communities are seeing more and more conflicts between bears and humans, really meaning bears are getting into trash, cars, homes, and then subsequently being euthanized. And so trying to find ways to not provide a unnatural food source, because once a bear becomes habituated or learns how to get into a can or a garage or a home, it doesn't unlearn that behavior. Our area in general, like if you ever listen to the dispatch here in Picken County, it's a very frequent call from May through the 1st of November. Our issues with bears kind of all over the county and in all our municipalities. And so our area is Area 8 for CPW. And what was decided by our group and being headed by Matt Yamashita at CPW is to apply for somewhere between $200,000 and $250,000 of that $1 million. And that will be split between Picken County and its municipalities, Vail, Eagle County, and Garfield County. And so the majority of those calls are kind of split between us and Vail. What Matt has asked for in what is making a stronger application is to have municipalities or counties that are willing to then do a match for what they will receive. So it's essentially a promissory of, if Pickens County is given $20,000 of this grant money, that Pickens County will also put $20,000 towards human bear conflict as well. Things that we're looking towards doing, for example, would be to make sure that some of our communities like Lazy Glen and lower income communities actually have a bear resistant container. Those containers can be $400 at the low end, $700 at the high. A lot of education programs trying to get things out through the airport, through like our renters, in the schools. We'd like to do some programs. We'd like to do some really fun, interactive community programs, like a bear trash dash relay, where they can get some information and have some fun. I personally am really interested for Pickens County to make this somewhat of an incentivized program and setting up ways that our own community is going to have some buy-in on it. So this is a one-time grant as of right now. I don't really want to spend all of that money up front providing everyone with a bear resistant container and just having it be done and see if that works. So setting up some things where we can do a subsidized program for that, but that they have some pay in and then we have money coming back and all sorts of stuff. They're really up for being as creative as possible for this. There's not really any stipulations and they're willing to hear pretty much everything. The end goal being in the next 5 years, we kind of need to maintain status quo. So they did an average of good food years and poor food years and how many bear calls they were getting and how many other resources are being used. And the mean of that was 450 calls per year. So the goal is for the next 5 years not to exceed 450 calls for service due to bears. And if that maintains or ideally gets lower, then everything stays the same. If after 5 years we've had an increase in incidents, they have a secondary plan in place for over the next 3 years to give out far more permits in B11 to deplete the bear population by about 50% over 3 years.
So I have a question, and Tara, I don't know if you can answer, but maybe Alex. When we first started doing our trash ordinance, part of the incentive for people who was to create a fund for people who had X amount of violations, where they actually had to pay in almost the same amount as it would cost to replace or to get a bear resistant trash can, and then we created a fund for people who couldn't afford to get one. So Alex, do you know if we ever raised any revenue that way to help provide bear proof?
That's a great question and a great reminder of that program. I'm actually not certain if any funds were raised, but I can certainly follow up and provide some feedback to the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure there were either, but that was part of the plan, and the fact we didn't raise any meant we didn't get to 3 strikes and you have to pay. And I think, remember our thing is how can we do with 3 strikes you're out, just like we do with the bears. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to get some funding, and Pickens County's been, talking about what more can we do. So I think we, would have to come back to the board for approval of additional funds. But I think it's a great place to start, and I think the goal of not having more than 450 violations is great. I'd like to see that cut like in half, not violations but calls. That would be terrific. It would also free up time for the sheriff's office and local law enforcement. So does the board have any? And Tara, thanks again for coming before us.
Question?
Yeah.
Just regarding outreach, what community outreach, are you putting out any propaganda on social media regarding it's bear season, the bears are awake, and I keep hearing about them, just wondering what's out there that we can disseminate. And then I did have a quick question. I just did not realize you have to have a dog license in the county, and I'm wondering how many dog calls do you get, Tara?
Do you have a dog license?
Yeah,
Well,
I
it
have
looks like
dog
we might have
license
just
rule.
lost Tara, but we get a number of dog calls, actually. It's interesting. We get a number of animal complaint calls, dogs off leash, barking dogs, throughout the year. So if Tara, I think, just lost connectivity, but a number of calls. I can get you an exact figure for that. And then with regard to the social media platform or the dissemination of information over social for bear calls and bear awareness, we're actually working on that right now. That we plan to start pushing stuff out next week.
Great. I'll look for it. Thanks.
So Steve,
Thanks,
before I go to you, I just have to ask, I know John Peacock saw a bear, but it was in Glenwood Canyon. Have we had bear sightings, especially up at this end of the valley, because it's a little later, or it's a little, probably too early, but.
It's a little bit, we haven't had as many as we normally do, and we'll probably start seeing in a few weeks. So yeah, it hasn't started to pick up yet.
I think that's the thing
We
to
had
get
a
out
bear
to
at our
people.
place.
Yeah, that's the thing to get out to people, because I think people need to know the bears are out. So that's
For sure.
the first public education I think we need to do. Steve?
I was wondering about the interaction, like how many bear calls are there in Forest Service campgrounds versus bear calls in town, bears getting into trash? And I know that I think there are some bear-proof food containers in at least some of the campgrounds. I don't know if there are in all of them, but that could be another area that just providing really good, strong food containers, bear-proof food containers in campgrounds could help to wean the bears away from thinking they can go where there are people and getting food there, whether it's in a campground or in an alley in town or wherever.
For sure. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I know from experience, like campgrounds like Redstone, campgrounds, Difficult, they have some of those bear-proof containers at each campsite that you can put your stuff into. I'll let Tara answer the question about, Steve, it was about the number of bear calls that we receive in campsites in town. Correct, Tara? Do you have a figure on that?
I don't have an exact figure. I will tell you it's really, really low. Our issues are definitely not typically campground bears or even like out in the wilderness bears. I actually asked Curtis Tesh, our DPW agent, that exact thing. And it really, that's a under 10% number of what's getting into like HOA neighborhood trash and construction trash is a big thing too. Those dumpsters tend to be open, and anything that's ever had any scent in it is gonna attract a bear. Same with bird feeders, animal feed.
Gotcha.
Any of the attractants seem to be far greater variables than kind of well-behaved bears in their own environment.
Okay, thanks. Kelly?
Yeah, would this program work in coordination with at the Aspen Police Department? I guess I'm thinking
Yes.
about sort of their efforts to divert organic waste, from restaurants and such. So how does this program sort of work together with what they're doing? Are we sharing programming?
Yeah, so we actually just sat down, Aspen PD, Snowmass PD, myself, Open Space, both for the city and for the county, as well as CPW, because we really do all want to have the same goal in mind, be on the same page. Ideally, we're all going to start finding the same amount for the same things and just making that really cohesive. How money will be allocated is probably individually. I would foresee Pickens County and Aspen probably getting the majority of that fund compared to other municipalities and places. But yes, the short answer is yes. Like, we want everyone to kind of be on board and be doing the same events and the same educational pieces and hitting as many spots as we can. So I've spoken at length with Jenna about quite a few things and trying to get everything lined out together.
So, so the request today is just general approval from the board to pursue this grant application? Do we, will it come back to us? Will you need a letter of support, and whatever the grant commitment is?
Yeah, so the grant is happening regardless. The request would be a letter of support saying that Pickens County would match whatever funds you feel are appropriate from what we would receive from the grant. So it's just a statement saying that we also support this project. We're willing to put funding towards this project as well. So it makes it a stronger application. That application is going in either way. It also ensures that folks that pay in more are obviously likely or will receive more of that grant. So if we're putting in $20,000, we say that we'll match $20,000, it's likely that we'll get $20,000 versus we don't really say that we'll match anything, then we take what we can get from that grant.
Okay,
And
Alex?
Kelly, we'll have to bring the grant request back to you for approval. So yeah, so we'll do that. We'll probably roll the whole thing into one, but I'll coordinate that.
So Alex, when would you be looking for a letter? Because, it'd be great if we had a heads up, we could start that process now for signature. You want to?
Sure, Tara, I can work with Tara on the exact date and we can
Okay.
relay that back to you.
Let us know. And I have another question. Can the individual municipalities also apply for a grant through part of CPW? So say the county gets 20 and City of Aspen gets 10 and Snowmass gets 10 and they also do their own matching funds from their own jurisdictions, and that would be a huge
Correct.
benefit for the whole county.
Yeah, correct. And they are. I know that Aspen has already said that they will match. I can't speak for Snowmass, but I would assume there will be some amount there. I know that Vail has said that they will. Eagle County has said that they will. So yes, is the answer.
Right, because I think the more of us who apply within our CPW region, maybe the more money we'll get through the statewide allocation, and that would be a benefit. So, yeah, I think, Steve, please, again?
Yeah, if part of the action we take would be like diverting more of the food waste from the restaurants in Aspen to the landfill for composting, I think the city could pay for part of that, but perhaps our landfill could pay, put in some money into it also, is just a thought. It seems like more of the municipalities should pay for it, but if we need to come up with matching funds and trying to, get as much matching funds as we can to get more grant money is my thought here, and maybe the landfill could participate in some fashion.
Sorry.
I don't know how that would work, but, yeah, I don't, John, help?
So our decisions are going to be limited to our funding sources, but the board can appropriate funds as appropriate.
I'm just wondering out of the landfill, though.
We do have a lot of bear interactions there, and so it could be appropriate if the landfill is benefiting from the
So that's a possibility to help.
activities.
Okay.
At this amount, we'd probably recommend keeping it simple, and it'd probably be a general fund appropriation.
Okay, great. Any other, so I think Alex, just keep us in, and Tara, just keep us in the loop, and if you need a letter, like I said, the sooner we know, the sooner we can get it back to you, and then let us know how we can help get the info out that the bears are out. And it's time for people to think about that, because I know there's also a lot of bird feeders out right now, and people are putting up their hummingbird feeders and need to be reminded about those precautions.
For sure. Absolutely. Thank you.
Great, thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for your time, and I will
Okay, and it's nice to have you here,
yeah.
yeah.
Won't require for a letter. Really appreciate it.
Just let us know.
Thank you so
Okay,
much. Really
thanks.
appreciate it.
So now I'm going to get us back on track. We have review of future agendas. John, do you have any issues that?
Just a few items for the board. First, this afternoon, you may not have had a chance to see it, but CCI did respond to the letter that we sent, marking various concerns that were raised
I saw there was an envelope on Charlotte's desk, and I assumed it was from CCI.
Oh,
response.
okay, and
We
it's
got
scanned
it
and in your
electronically.
email. The upshot of it is that they've requested time for the executive director, John Swartout, and the president, who is Felix Lopez from Los Animas County, to have time in front of the board to discuss the concerns and what conversations have taken place at the CCI board.
What
And
kind of
so,
time frame are they looking for us to schedule
well,
time?
I think if the board is interested in having that conversation, we'll work on getting them scheduled. I would imagine we'd need 45 minutes to an hour at least. I'm guessing, or it could be shorter. It's hard to know how that conversation.
So does the board want
gonna
to support that, and John and I can work on some work session time?
I think we should, since they've offered to do it. And we wrote them the letter.
I'm curious, are you going to the conference? I just wonder if the timing
I am planning on going to the conference.
of it matters.
I'm
Steve
signed
is.
up.
You are too, right, Steve?
I'm signed up for it. Too.
Yes,
Does it
I
make
will be
sense
at
to
the
have
conference.
conversation
So
beforehand?
has that, Kelly, are you going to the conference?
I'm not going.
So the conference is
Yeah.
June something.
Well, so
remember
if there's
now.
3 members of the board going right now, we only have 2, we need to make sure we get that noticed, so whoever else
I
might
want
be.
to tell you that I was listening to Garth Brooks' radio, and he was talking about Miranda Lambert, and he said, "She is a real doll." Just wanted to tell you that. It was totally meant as a compliment.
So it sounds like maybe the discussion right now, though, for future agendas would be to try and get that scheduled before the summer conference.
Yeah.
Which is
And
June
it-
something?
Yeah, yeah.
Like out
So
right after
May,
Memorial Day, I
May
think.
31st through June 2nd.
That's like next
Uh,
week. We're not
so
gonna
it
be able
starts-
to swing that.
It starts on a Tuesday because Memorial Day's on the Monday.
3 weeks.
It's the day after
May
Memorial.
31st through June 2nd.
Talk to you in the next 2
Oh, yeah,
weeks.
it's already on my calendar.
Well, I'd imagine it'd be a Zoom meeting, so.
Because we don't have a meeting, a work session scheduled. I don't know, let's look at this.
We'll
one.
look at, so
And-
the board's interested in having the conversation, we'll work with them to get it scheduled as
Could
soon
I-
as we can line up. schedules.
I'd love to float the idea that representatives of our board and staff speak with them. I don't know if our entire board needs to be there. I just wanted to float that. That might make it
I would
easier.
like us to have a work session discussion so that we're all hearing the same thing at the same time, and so is the public.
Well, that's one option, yeah.
That's
But
what,
are there other options that if we can't get it scheduled, it's possible that we could have delegates from our board go to the meeting and record it and,
there's
you know, I
not
don't,
gonna
I'm
be a
okay.
meeting. What meeting?
The meeting with the.
That's gonna be with us.
Well,
Okay,
he's
Patty, I don't
suggesting
think
an
you're
alternative.
understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we can't seem to get it scheduled, it sounds like it's important that it happen before the CCI meeting. I'd have to say, I'd be okay to delegate it to a subset of our board to go and have this conversation, because I think we're all aligned. We've all written a letter stating the same, principles that we were carrying into it, so.
Okay, that's an option we can consider,
Yeah,
but
so
I
I
would,
just
I
wanna
think,
put that
I
forward.
think it's important, since the letter was signed by all 5 of us, that all 5 of us, if we can, be part of that
Or our
meeting.
proxies.
In this case, I would be more comfortable with everybody rather than trying to represent other people. Kelsey and I are a very different generation, and we might view certain things differently, and I'd like to have her voice there.
Oh, okay, well, the other option is just, I was just gonna say, I wouldn't mind sending our attorney and, a representative, but we have a different perspective on this. So, if there's time to get us all in there, great, but if there isn't, we could still get it done before the meeting as well.
Well, we need to find out what their time frame is too, so.
We'll work on a schedule. I understand the goal of trying to have the conversation if we can before the CCI conference. And Patty, we'll look at how many executive session items we have for upcoming meetings. There may be some windows of time we can.
Would this
Yeah.
be an executive session?
No.
No, it wouldn't.
I
be.
No, but he's
apologize.
just saying,
We-
he's like talking time-wise,
Just
but.
time-wise,
Yeah,
got it.
we've got blocks of time blocked out.
Did
but-
you say, Patty, you want us to meet and discuss it before we
No,
meet
no,
with
no,
John?
I said I think we all need to meet together in the discussion with John, which should have to be a scheduled meeting, so we have time for notice.
Okay.
Because I think we all signed the letter, therefore I think it would be more appropriate for all of us to be part of the meeting, if at all possible. But we
And-
may
and
need to have
that's
some
the-
flexibility.
And that's a request, if you all are willing to grant it, is to meet with the board.
Okay,
Okay, I'm fine with
Okay.
we'll
that,
work on
too.
that next.
All right.
Are you willing, Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken with John Swartout. I find it a little interesting that his response to the paper was far more comprehensive than the letter to us. But, you know, it's fine.
His response to what was more
To
comprehensive?
the newspaper
Yeah.
interview.
Oh, I didn't see it.
So John, what's next for future?
Yeah,
meetings?
and just a note, and I know there is some concern on this, we did schedule a COVID-19 after action review, and it is on May 25th, which is going to be a busy day, as it turns out. When we started planning this and trying to coordinate all the various schedules in the community, that was a date that popped up, but it will be at Harris Hall. It will end by 11 in the morning. So
Well, I want the
there'll be
board to
time.
know that it was of concern that I did not know this meeting. I mean, nobody asked. The county commissioners were really, I think, very clear that we wanted to have a kind of a synopsis of COVID and actions, and then it spread, it got bigger to inviting like multiple parties. And so staff went ahead and got Harris Hall, set up the dates, and then I realized that it was scheduled from 9 to 12. We have a very significant agenda that day. We have invited guests, including lots of children from the community that'll be there at 12 o'clock. So it's imperative that the board who be ready to go at 12. We don't want to keep our young audience waiting any longer than possible. We also have some awards from the sheriff that day, which could be time-consuming also. So I think it's really important for the board to know that they need to be here and ready to go at noon. And so staff has been very kind in rearranging the time frame because we need to be at Harris Hall and get back into town to be here for meetings. So I think that's important.
And it is going to be a large debrief. It's going to be all the responding kind of entities and representatives from business community and such.
Do we have any role to play?
No.
Besides hearing, like, do we have any role we're expected
Well,
to play?
I think to be a participant and responsive to kind of the questions. We're using, I always get the name wrong, Blue Square, who we've used before for, they've done some of our tabletops and such that board members have participated in the past. So they've facilitated these types of hot wash debriefs, and they're gonna put together a report that kind of talks about the themes and such that come up across.
So this is the
different
first time
areas.
I've heard that the board's going to have a role other than sitting in the audience and listening to the presentation.
It's not so much just a presentation. It's about getting feedback about what went well, what was challenging. It's kind of a hot wash on the response.
So we're going to have it at Harris Hall, so we have people sitting on.
It's going to be a big debrief.
And then there's another one happening that afternoon, and we won't be part of that one.
We won't be part of that one, yeah.
I won't be a part of either. I have wolf meetings in Divide. I wish I
Okay.
were going to be there. I would really
Well,
like to hear it.
And we will be, so it's not a right now, it's the conversation. So it's the collecting the information, the perspectives, and so the role for the board would be.
But we need to be out of there at 11 to be back, and then.
Understood, yeah.
So Francie, you won't be here for any of the regular meeting on the 25th? So I also need to know that, because if we move anything forward tomorrow, we need a full board for it. We have to think about those dates, and then, okay.
So.
I mean, I
We
can attend
cycle
virtually
should
if I need
be-
to.
We cycle would be a good option for getting back quickly from there back to the courthouse, and that should be.
Well, you're more
operable
than
by
welcome
then.
to ride a bike. I'm not riding it back to Harris
I
Hall
will-
and back that morning to be here on time, but if anybody else would like to do that.
I'm going to.
And
But we're starting at noon that day.
we're starting at noon, we'll be out by 11, so we'll have an hour
No, you're
to-
starting at 9, you'll be out by 11.
I
We are
apologize,
starting
we're
at
starting at 9, yeah, we're ending by 11. And this is really an opportunity for board members who, want to both hear, but also contribute to the conversation about
So
the
that'll be
response.
interesting to see how they're going to control time if everybody who's there wants to contribute.
That is why we've hired someone who's done a lot of these hot washes,
But
yeah.
we need a quorum here at noon because we have guests coming at noon, and I think
Understood.
We
Not
understand that.
appropriate for
Yeah.
us to have children waiting here to
We got it.
celebrate the month of the young
Yeah.
child.
And then after that, there will be a report compiled. We will bring that back to this board. So that this isn't your only chance. It's not the presentation. We will bring the compiled report about key learnings from this hot wash back to the
Well,
board.
I know it was difficult to arrange this. It just would have been nice if the board had had some input into the timing not being the morning of a regular meeting for us. So,
Fair enough.
Okay, we'll do the best we can.
Steve's
So,
trying to jump in there.
But the thing is, we need to make sure we have a quorum here at noon because we're starting the meeting.
We will, yeah.
That was the first thing on my thing for future agendas. John, you have anything else?
I do not.
Steve's waving at us.
Steve?
So I just wanted to comment, Patty, that I think it's very important that we participate in this. We were very involved in, all these discussions, especially early on, trying to get things set up during the pandemic. And it was, as you remember, very confusing. Nobody knew what to do, and we were doing the best we could. But I think the commissioners could provide some valuable feedback to this process, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's how I started this out was, the board has
Yeah.
expressed many times our concern about it and our need to have this debriefing of sorts. And the fact is that the board was not consulted on a time frame for the debriefing because it was difficult for staff to arrange. So they arranged for our morning session from 9 to noon, which was great. But the fact is we have a meeting that starts at noon, and we have a responsibility to be at our regular meetings starting at noon. So the staff has been great to look at the time frame and hopefully let us be out of there by 11. We'll have to see how that goes. So yeah, I stressed that with staff when I talked to them about the timing, that this is of great importance for the board to be part of, so they needed to help me work out a process so the board could be part of it, which is where we're at now.
I might consider leaving late for Divide, John, so that I could be there in the morning and just be late for the Wolf meetings. They start at noon. So that's a possibility for sure.
Well, like I said, you will get more bites at the apple with this. This is our
an
first
important
hot
first
wash.
bite,
Yeah,
so,
it is.
Yeah. All right, John, anything else?
That's all I've got. Yep.
Kelly, please.
Patty, I mentioned to you, but we are looking at family vacation the second week of June, June 7th.
So that's important, John, when we're looking at scheduling. Anything else?
And did you say, I just lost my thing, first week in June?
Yeah, the 7th and 8th.
So,
that whole week.
John, we need to, with the senior services bylaw amendment change tomorrow, the fact is that on June 8th, we are scheduled to appoint people who would be impacted by the change in the bylaws. They're going to be appointed at the beginning of our meeting on June 8th, but our second reading of the ordinance isn't until, or the change in the bylaws isn't until after that. So we really can't appoint those people until we change the bylaws.
So we need to move that ahead, that item ahead.
Either that, or, well, it still won't take effect because it's 30 days for effect, right? It's not an emergency ordinance. So can we just clear that up?
Yeah, I think that's true for ordinance, not resolution.
So let's make sure. Because tomorrow, I think it says on our agenda, tomorrow we could have, it's an ordinance.
It is an ordinance to change the bylaws.
Yes. So,
Good catch, Patty. Good
because it's
catch.
also on an agenda where it says confirmation of an emergency ordinance to change the bylaws, but it's not listed tomorrow as an emergency ordinance.
Okay.
So I don't know how we can straighten that out to make sure we can do what we are needing to do. And then I have another timing issue for the executive session with open space and trails on the 7th, but I can clear that up on Thursday when we do a future agenda setting. Okay, I'm going to open this up to any other questions about future agendas the board may have, or thoughts, or time people are going to be out of town. No.
I may be out on June 25th, work session day.
That's a Saturday.
Oh, what am I looking at then?
It's also my daughter's birthday and Aloysius's
Go
birthday
find the
and your
right
brother's
day.
birthday or
Glad
somebody
you know
else
this.
or.
Let me go
My
check-
brother's
get the
birthday.
day right. Did I say 25th?
Yeah.
I meant 28th. Tuesday the 28th. Tentatively gone that day.
Any other,
I will be gone, of course, the last week in June, the 22nd and 23rd, if I go to the Wolf meeting that month.
okay.
I'm also out July 12th, which is a Tuesday.
So when, I should say, when is the board gonna be here?
Did you say July 12th?
12th, yeah.
Okay. John, anything else? Okay, any other items, board?
My
And I'm
next
gonna-
meeting starts in 8 minutes if we end quickly. What else do we have to do today?
We have open discussion, which could last for who God only knows. Steve, you have open discussion item?
Well, I guess it's maybe a future agenda, but since we are having our first grandbaby in July in Alaska,
Right.
and I will probably be in Alaska for another month this summer at some point, and I will zoom into all of our meetings here. But I think I would be in Fairbanks almost the entire time, which has really good internet connection. So it'd be simpler than last summer when I was out in, a remote area with poor connection.
Okay, John, you got that too? Again,
I-
when is the board gonna be here?
Yeah, we did not have dates on that, though. So, Steve, you're still working on identifying dates for that, right?
Well, that depends on when the grandbaby's born.
Well, I guess it's not all
That-
up to you.
That one is out of our hands.
Probably, I'm sort of thinking the month of July is probably when I'd be gone.
Wow.
Yeah, and the month of July is usually when I go on vacation, but I'm not sure I'll be able to do that because we won't, maybe
He'll
not.
be zooming in. I'll be here.
Yeah, but
And you're working on dates for
I'm-
July. Okay.
probably not gonna go anywhere, so.
Okay.
I don't see that as being possible. Okay, anything else before, I can let us go, because I think that's the end of today's agenda. John, you sure there's nothing else?
I can make something up if you want, Patty. or you
Just to
can-
give the boards a heads up, it would be great if there's any future discussion you can think of now, so we don't have to do it tomorrow, because I'm not sure when tomorrow's meeting is going to end.
Do we know what the cause of the fire was on Castle Creek?
I do not know that.
Wind blowing a
at this
tree
point.
into a power line.
Yeah,
That's what I heard.
No, but they
too,
thought the tree that went down into the power line might have happened because of the fire.
Where's the fire?
Castle
Came
Creek.
first.
Castle, oh, the one that's out.
The chicken crossed the road, bumped into the tree.
And then hatched an egg.
Hard boiled.
The hard-boiled or fried egg.
I can't believe we don't have more fires. There's so many trees down, up and down the valley and all the river drainages, and
Yeah.
I can't believe they haven't taken out more power lines and caused more
I'm
fires.
surprised we didn't have a dam, an already reconstructed.
50
beaver dam.
miles an hour again tomorrow.
We were talking about fire mitigation last week, and you said maybe it's time to have a conversation regarding whether or not the county can put any money toward fire mitigation measures, chipping, things like that. That was something you mentioned.
We have maybe some
So,
money reserved somewhere,
It's
John?
not so much about money at this point.
Not a
That-
program?
Yeah, we need to put a program together. So if that's something that the board wants to do, we, are talking probably staffing and that sort of thing. It's not just making an appropriation.
Got it. It's something I think we've done in the past.
Yeah, we did have a fire mitigation staff member who worked with HOAs.
Darrell Grove.
That's correct.
We have not had that position since Darrell
It
Grove.
didn't, well, yeah, and it was our challenge that you're so frustrated with, right, Greg, is that we would work with HOAs, there would be a good conversation, and then when it came time for a project to go on the ground, we didn't get uptake, yeah. And so, I do think if we are going to get into the business, like Summit County has a tax, has staff, has a program.
They have a very
built.
full staff to address it.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should
And
also.
if that's a interest of the boards, that is a bigger conversation, then.
They have a very significant funding mechanism, which they put before
I
their
would
voters.
recommend that we talk about it in a work session, and I really appreciated you bringing it up. Developments that lead me to think that maybe the conditions have changed is that the Ally Hager, who's now at the fire district, came to Brush Creek and gave a presentation to the Brush Creek quasi homeowners group. Great attendance, and it really it sparked everybody's imagination. They really
No pun intended.
No pun intended, but it was. I think everyone is starting to get in line on this, and so I think we have the interest now, certainly in Brush Creek, and my guess is in other neighborhoods as well. So I would like to encourage our board to support this any way we can.
Let's look to see if we can get some staff time. We need to have Valerie here and maybe Ellie from the fire district.
So it's not really an emergency. I mean, we'd be building this from scratch at this point. Yeah, which is fine.
But it might be good to have like the Sopers Fire District guy and a couple other guys so that we have people who can tell us what.
Sopers Fire District guy?
Would we need to
That
create
covers
our
the
own
whole Crystal
department, or
Valley
could we
and then the
hire-
Up Valley Fire District
put
guy.
money toward
So the Roaring Fork Fire
districts,
District and then the
which is
Carbondale Fire
another
District
topic,
and
just
the.
wondering
Yeah, it's not called Carbondale,
if they're
it's
doing
called
it.
Sopers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they have a
well,
program.
that's.
Anyway, to have some people here who could sort of guide us in the conversation.
Well, I think we need, Kelly, please.
I would suggest in conversations that I've had with colleagues over in San Miguel and Ouray, they have what's called a West Region Wildfire Council. Maybe it's a model to look at as far as how they're bringing people together and leveraging funding.
So we have created that council, and it's still doing its work right now. It's not ready to come back and have that. So that's the Roaring Fork, fire mitigation. So we can talk about where they're at, but it's not to the point where they've got projects on the ground. That's why we were working with the Forest Service, where we had some ready-made projects and one landowner that we were doing. That project, by the way, our Crystal project, is complete.
So we'll
many
just
acres was that?
touch base with Valerie because I know she's been involved in the regional effort and just see where it stands. And so John and I can do that.
We may have a neighborhood partner, my neighborhood, very soon.
Well, and I think the board is going to have a conversation. Is that your responsibility? Is it something that neighborhoods can do on their own, or a property owner responsibility, or, and where are the fire districts right now? They're
Right,
different.
it'd be good to understand that. Yeah.
Okay.
Plenty to talk about.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
Okay.
Okay, I don't have anything.
And
All
we're
right,
done.
so tomorrow noon, we do have a lengthy agenda and some big items, so hopefully we will be out before Thursday.
Okay,
One more
thank
thing,
you.
Patty.
Yes, Steve?
It's kind of related to the fire thing, but there is a lot of dust on snow right now. When we were in Blanding, Utah yesterday, you could not even see the Sleeping Ute Mountain, which is just like really close there on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation. And then when we got up here, we could see the dust on snow all over Mount Sopers, up Capitol Creek. That means there's going to be a much faster runoff of the water from the snow. And I think that could potentially lead to increased fire danger this summer up in the high country, which ties into our discussion on, preparation for fire. So it's forewarned is forearmed. There's nothing we can do about it at this point, but expect a faster runoff than would have happened, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, thanks for pointing that out, Steve. So I've asked the mountain maintenance guys on Aspen Mountain to dust the snow off so the runoff would be
Clean that
slower,
snow
and
off.
they told me they would work on it, but we'll
White
see what
tarps.
happens. Okay, I did actually ask them to do
They're
that.
doing that on the glaciers in Europe.
Yeah.
Putting tarps on. over
So
the
anyway,
glaciers.
we will be here tomorrow at noon time, guys, ready to go. Thank you.
Crazy.
Thanks, Grassroots.
That's
Thanks,
no- I
McCullough.
think
Thanks,
it's
John.
necessary.
Yep.
Okay, I've got to go get online for my next meeting. See you all later.